Microphone test. Microphone test. Oh, it's echoing. Fuck. There you go. Okay. Can I give some gain to my microphone? How do I volume. Volume. Let's pump this up to some 130. That should be fine. There you go. Let's do microphone test again. Microphone test. I should buy a new microphone, that's for sure. 130. That should be fine. There you go. Music turn off. Let's do microphone test again. Microphone test. I should buy a new microphone, that's for sure. Music turn off. Let's do microphone test again. Microphone test. Okay, that's definitely not high enough. Let's put it both to 200. So both are on 200%, and then you can just manage it from there. There you go. That should be fine. Close it. Now we go back into a game. Let's put it both to 200. So both are on 200%, and then you can just manage it from there. There you go. Microphone test. Microphone test. Now we go back into a game. Let's put it both to 200. So both are on 200%, and then you can just manage it from there. There you go. Microphone test. Microphone test. Now we go back into a game. Okay, that's fine. Let's close this. It's gonna echo for a bit because I wasn't in game, but that's fine. New game. Let's go. Let's make a little guy, Hanswurst. Wurst. I like this one, or this one, or this one. We'll do this guy. He looks serious. Serious guy. Let's make a nice little flag. That's what? Tiling. Now let's do something a bit historical, semi-historical. I like. Oh, this is only 2 fields. Let's do this one then. A. We'll go for B. No secondary color, please. Only just red. Completely red. C. White. B. Red again. I like this. And then we put in crow. Ox. Yeah, the ox. Why not? I like the ox. It looks cool. Also, we'll probably be using a lot of oxen anyway, so it's fitting. Let's see, more ox in white with black. Yeah, there you go. Cool. And then field C or D, I guess it is. Let's do big oaks. Oh, flipped it. There you go. Ah, it sucks. It doesn't really fit. I wish you could move it a little bit. It's a little bit too small. I like this. This is nice. Let's actually save this in case we want to re-roll the map. But I like this coat of arms. This is nice. Red and white with the white cows. Hanswurst. Okay, cool. Just going to do chill building because I want to just try out the new balancing. Let's see. AI opponents. We can put on some AI opponents. Let's put 2 on the map. One there and one there, or here. In the middle, I guess. I'll start here. I like that spot in particular. Or should we do a new map, actually? I haven't played the other maps that much. Jagged Cliffs. Huh. This doesn't look bad. This is a river, which is nice. I really like this map a lot because it's like a little bit more flat, so you can build without having like things float or look weird. But I think it was this one. This one has like the giant. I want to say mountain, but it's hill, of course, in the middle, which is nice. You know what? Yeah, let's put the AI on the mountain. Let's see how well it performs. Oh, stupid. Let's put Linhardt over there, and I'll play there myself, and I'll put him in Schwanzholz, Schwarzholz probably. Schwarzholz, Blackwoods, the Black Forest, I guess. Is that what that would mean in German? I don't like playing with the royal tax. I'll have an armory deliverant. I'll have some bandit camps, so we have something to do. Initial, sure. 1. That doesn't really matter. Just a couple. I just mostly just want to build. I don't really like. I like the combat in the game. It's cool. It's the best thing you've got since Total War games. So, but still. Let's see, spring, standard. Standard should be fine. I mean, you can do it in double to get a quick start going, but yeah, fuck it, I don't care. Quick start, it's just gonna be building some shit. No tax is what I want. No end goal. This is gonna be very easy, of course, to manage, but I just want to see what the AI can do now, because they updated that. Let's put him here. I think that'd be a cool spot for him. And then I'll go here myself, and then I'll put him on top of the mountain. So let's see if he's any good at actually building on top of the mountain. I think the AI might. This is gonna look really weird. I think that's what's gonna happen. Devil's Hill. Sure, let's go. Got some coffee. I do like myself some coffee. Okay, let's see what we got. We got some rich salt and some rich clay, which is it's not terrible. Could be better. Although we have mushrooms right here and the wild animals right there, which is nice because they're very close to the starting area, so it means that you can really quickly launch. I think what I might do is I might make a little city center around here. Then have some industry up here for the clay. Mostly be selling I guess we'll mostly be selling clay tiles and salt. And let's see our environment bonuses. 73, which is great. That's super good because Panage makes swine, or pigs, I guess, produce a lot more food. Which, in combination with the salt, I believe makes sausages. So we're pretty much set on meat production. Multiple kinds. Since we can make both sausage and pork. We're gonna have to be careful a bit about the grains and other things we need. Like I think it's fruits, grains, or forage stuff like mushrooms or berries. Water. The availability of water. That's actually not really what I wanted. It'll be fine. Like they can walk a bit for it. It's not that bad. But I kind of wanted to build it along this great road. I think that would be look kind of cool. Maybe have like a market square like along here somewhere, and then town goes off into here. Since they put their things down here, I kind of wish in this game that we could put this down ourselves at the beginning of the game. Like, I'm fine with not being able to choose which resources, but I still wish we could then decide where to put down the settlers camp, like this. Like, it would basically start the game with nothing anywhere, and as soon as you get into the game, you have to place the settlers camp and put it somewhere. But sadly, we can't, so yeah. You're kind of stuck sometimes with like a shitty start position. But this is nice. This is very good. It's all clumped up really well. There's a lot of forest here, meaning we can get some good bonuses out of this. The meadow affinity is kind of low, 27, but you don't really use it that much. I guess on like a resource clump like this, you don't really use it because this is going to be somewhere where we produce a lot of meat. Like, we're not gonna be bothering with trying to get this town to like full max level because it's just gonna be harder to support it that way. Let's see if there's any other places we can expand to later. This one has rich farming, I think, if I'm looking at it right. Yeah. Okay, so this one does have rich farming and rich iron, which is nice. And it's our neighbor right away. So producing a bunch of iron in this region, transporting it back here, while I also make a lot of bread and stuff here, and probably beers or ale, I guess it's called in the game. So we can actually make this a very profitable region, since this is all open, which is nice. We can just build a large town there. This place, however, has a lot less space. Oh yeah, I keep forgetting, like, this is a separate region, but like, there's a lot less space available right at the beginning to start building something large. So I'm thinking here, what we're mostly gonna do is I think we might actually just... yeah, I think we might just cut down most of this forest. Probably get this to be like a very high meadow intensive area, so we can get that wilding and pollination bonus up with apiaries. And then, I mean, this is still showing the numbers for the different region, for like this region. But I think we're gonna aim for these two in the beginning. And then maybe... Nah, this is another rich iron, which I then won't really need. I'd prefer, although this is a very cool, I really like this. It's very small, so you have to be a lot more careful where you build stuff. But I really like this hill in the middle. It just, these maps are fucking beautiful. Let's see. Oh yeah, we have this again. Sometimes, like a fish, what's it called? Fishing pond grows, or sorry, spawns on top of this mountain, and it just looks like a volcano. I think this is obviously, this should not happen. I know, I've seen this before, it happens more than, like, normal. Because I was kind of curious, yeah, look. The AI just builds the road into the mountain like this. I mean, realistically, humans would not walk this. Oh, he can't even... Oh, he falls down. That's kind of funny. Yeah, he doesn't like that. So, I'm curious to see what will happen here. At least he has 2 food sources really close by, so he can definitely survive the early game. But I think we might be taking this one out first, this AI, because it's just gonna look stupid. But he does have the rich stone resource, which I kind of need to start building some cool castles. And I think... yeah, there's only 2 rich stones on the map, so here and here. So if I'm going for these 2 and try to develop these 2 alongside each other, then I might have to just start a completely separate one over here and make it semi-independent, because moving goods from this region all the way to these 2 regions, it's gonna take a long time. It's just gonna slow down production. So if we ever move out there, I probably might just go for this, even though we will have to kill an AI for it. But it's whatever, right? So we can import the rich stone here, all the way around the mountain, around the mountain, around the mountain, straight into here, which shouldn't be too bad compared to... I guess taking it from here doesn't really matter, but like, as you can see on the map, this is the road. It leads across the mountain, and then it ends up here, which is like another... Let's see if we can zoom in a little bit more. Like, yeah, this is a giant cliff, basically. Here you go, you can see the road go over there. Which means we would need to get 1, 2, 3, 4, plus this one, 5 regions to even connect these 2 up to each other. So, we're probably just gonna go with Teufelsberg, Mistlitz, und Gabelbachau. Gabelbachau. My German is not really good. I know the words, I can read some of it. Pronunciation has improved because of, well, I guess experience comes with age, right? But yeah, don't blame me for my German, even though my username is very German. It has nothing to do with me being German. Okay, now let's actually get to some building, right? I like to always start with both the granary and the storehouse, since you spawn with some goods out here that actually... Oh, shit, that's spoil. I should have paused the game. That's a waste. We wasted a little bit. Like, right now it has very high spoilage, since it's out there on the floor. This doesn't spoil, though. But yeah, just getting these inside is a nice thing to have, so you don't have to really worry about that early game, because you start with 5 months of food. Especially on the harder starts, like right now, this is a very easy start. You will have to be very quick with collecting food. I've tried it before, and it's tough, I'd say. I mean, if you know what you're doing, it's fine, but if you have your resources spread out, like for instance this region, and you have a tough start, then for instance, what if you start here? Then both of your first food sources would be quite far away from your starting place, which means they'd have to travel quite a lot. And especially if you start with no food, those pops will starve and start starving. Your approval will start dropping like crazy, and then yeah, you're just fucked. Okay. Granary. It would be a nice location for the granary. I'll put the hunting camp down first. Since it's over here, and I kind of want to make it all look nice, we'll just pretend like the hunter lives over here near the corner of the forest. I just like to roleplay it a little bit so that so these towns start looking a little bit more organic. And since the salt will be mined from here, I'll probably connect it up to this main road. And I don't want to destroy too much of the forest, because the teaming bonuses will give us a lot of wild animal extra production. And since this is a low one, we're going to be using that in the early game. We're quickly going to move away from that, since it's just not worth it compared to the amount of sausages we'll be able to produce. So let's see, hunting camp. Let's put it here, something like this. There you go. And then what I like to do is immediately start drawing some roads. So you know, these people, they came here, they had to set up their tents, and let's see, let's pretend they came in from off the map over here. So they walk in, blah 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 blah, and then start drawing a little road like this. Something like that. I think that's nice. So then they ended up setting up their tents there, and then once we built 5 houses, the settler tents, or the homeless people tents they're actually called, will disappear, and then we can reconnect this road. So there you go. We'll put this to a low priority to build, because like I said, I first want to build a granary. But now that we have some starting area, we can start making this look nice. I'd say, since we have both of our initial food sources here and here, let's build the granary a little bit in the middle, so we can build around it. And let's say that we do it a little bit like this. So there's another second pathway that comes in there. We can build the granary. Oh, that just won't fit. That's too bad. Let's remove this. The granary somewhere. Yeah. I'm trying to imagine how this is gonna look. Let's just put it there actually, and we'll just do something like this. Because I was thinking about putting the marketplace in this as well, but I think I don't want to do that. I think I don't want to do that. Let's just see, because there's going to be a lot of industry over here and over here. So I might actually just put the storehouse. Let's put it a little bit closer or further away, like this. So what we can do is we have like, oh, there's a little path going in between these 2 buildings, which then connect up to the main road. And the main road, of course, people also want to be able to move from there. And the beauty about this doesn't look very good, but the beauty about this is you can of course remove roads. So none of this is like permanent, which is super nice. Let's see, oh, there's already some road curvature in there. So like this. There you go. And then what we could do is have a little marketplace. Oh, I forgot about the water. We could build the water a little bit farther out of town. Could be kind of cool. So it's like they have to walk a bit further. But actually, since it's like right here and it works anyway, I think I might just... That sucks. That doesn't work. Let's see. Well, we can always pretend, oh, they were digging for some stone and they found that there's a water source underneath here, so there you go. So there's a water source there, and then what I always do is make a little roads, so there's a reason why the villagers went there. There you go. Something like that. This looks a little bit wonky. Maybe we can make this look a little nicer by making a little something like that. Nah, I don't like that. Let's remove this one. Let's redraw it a bit. I mean, that almost looks nice. Maybe if we draw it from this position, it will look a little bit less floaty. One more back. this. This still looks bad because it, but whatever. I'm gonna leave it like that. That's fine. So now we have a first layout, which I would really like to do is draw paths in between resources like this. Something like this. So it feels like there's a reason why the villagers move between these places, right? And it helps with making the town look a little bit more natural. Otherwise, everything will just look very planned, and that's fine. Some people really like to make like some like grid-based cities, you know, something like this, and then it just fill up these rows. And to be fair, it happened. Planned cities are as old as, well, I don't know, Sumerian times, I guess. People weren't stupid. They thought about where placing buildings, but you have to understand that in the Middle Ages, population counts were a lot lower, so villages tended to not be planned because it wasn't a lot of people moving in at the same time. It also wasn't a lot of expanding done within the same time, so that's why you have that more natural look to those kind of villages. But as time goes on and as cities and towns start to expand and populations start to rise rapidly, a lot of like new city parts or like villages that expanded started to use much more planning to think ahead as to where to build certain expansions towards. Yeah, I like this. Let's hit play. Put these to the granary at least to highest. This one to very high. We already put down a hunting camp, which we put on low priority. I'll put it on medium. Oh, oops. And we'll build a forager hut for the berries. Or sorry, the mushrooms over here. Let's... I think... Yeah, this works. Nice, within the forest. We didn't have to destroy any trees for it. It's the forager who lives up there, and then we can have like a little house for the forager up here. It's also what I like to tend to do is like build houses like this close to their jobs. First of all, it's actually better for the efficiency of the gameplay, but it's also, it looks nice, right? So an area feels lived in. Like, this is a forester's hut, so not only would they have a family here that works there, but they would also probably live reasonably close by, as, you know, they would, this is their livelihood, right? They produced, quite literally, foraged goods. So, I mean, it's, I guess, yeah, I guess that works for realism. Let's see, now it's just waiting. I like to play on 1 speed. Just watch the town grow. We'll probably start skipping ahead a little bit later. But for the initial years, I kind of want to wait. Oh yeah, there's one important thing we should not forget, which is I immediately want to start
Who approved this construction plan? A blind
a
man or a
logging
fool?
camp. A logging
That
camp.
actually needs some sharpening.
Since the cost to move it is free, and since we're starting our initial town over
Is this
here,
smooth enough?
let's just say that they arrived and one of the first things they built was indeed a logging camp, so they could start removing some of these trees over here and here. Which would mean that we can put the logging camp... I mean, like I said, moving it is free, so we shouldn't really be bothered too much by it. Also, we should select a place for... I think, actually, what I might do is get a forester's hut going not much later, and basically build it next to here, and reforest this area, and get another forester hut over here, and reforest this area. I like to keep forest area high on regions that have a high woodland affinity, so that you can keep up the production that you're starting there, right? I pre-designate regions. Like this is not I'm not gonna do a lot of meadowing, I guess, in this region because, I mean, yeah, this is trash. Alright, that's funny. I guess I could have done some farming over here, but we already built over it, so it's fine. We're just gonna ignore it. Yeah, we could have had some good rye. I guess there's over here. There's some rye we can do. Wait, what? There we go. Let's see. Yeah, we could do some rye if we need over here, which is fine. We'll probably do it the other way around, actually. But like I said, this is going to be a farming region, so we'll probably just go with this. Finished, so put a family in there. And now they want a market stall. And I think I'm just going to put a market...
Can I stay where the tree?
Something like this. And I don't know how this is gonna look. I think that this might look weird if we do it. Let's see. 11 market stalls. That is plenty for a town of the size that we're thinking of. Although I kind of don't want to grow out too much over here. I'd rather start making like little streets going down here, so we have like streets and roads. So maybe we just leave this for what it is now, and we'll just build a smaller market over here. 2 locations, that's shit. Maybe if we finick around a bit, two locations, just way too few. I think for like a town of any size, it's you don't really need that large of a market area. You know what we could do? Maybe we can actually fit a little house in here. We can fit a house in there. That could look kind of nice, and then this would become a thicker road. And then we can have maybe the marketplace over here.
Hey, where are the pegs?
12 locations. It's perfect. It's fine. Let's do that. There you go.
Need to hoist this timber to the gable.
And the reason why I'm doing that, because sometimes it doesn't make the roads the thicker roads, and I like the look of the thicker roads more. And what we'll probably do is, since the market's here, this will be the village center. I'll probably build the church, maybe something like this. Let's see. I can't wait until we can... At least I'm gonna assume that happens. Yeah, see, that would line up almost perfectly with that opening over there. And then we can build some houses over here, going that way. Have a little, expand this road. Probably build the church over there. Okay, cool. Let's see. Did we build the lumber camp? I think I forgot to build the lumber camp, didn't I? Lumber camp. Logging camp, I mean, not lumber. I mean, I guess it produces lumber, but yeah. I'm still not sure where I want to start cutting down some stuff. Definitely these small pockets, so we create some more space. I guess for now it's fine if we just put it here. Doesn't really matter. We're just doing it to destroy some of that. Woodcutter's Lodge to get some wood going. I guess I'll... there's fine for now. You can move it for free anyway, so. First gonna start moving this, and you're like, oh wait, what's this? Like, this is nothing. Yeah, it's true, but these trees still grow, and well, these not maybe, but these still grow, and they can still become like, you can still cut them down. And this is 1, 2, 3, I think, 4, 5, 6. That's like 6, 7 lumber. That's enough to start building our first houses. We need exactly 10 timber total to build 5 houses, which will get rid of our homelessness modifier. Okay, now that we have everything set up, I'm going to fast forward it a little bit. Got our hunting camp going. I kind of want to speed up the building process a little bit more. So that's why I'm not going to do that yet. I'm going to put one on there because they then start to decide to build that. Sorry, they built the marketplace. The market stall, I should say. Ah, this I hate. This is still a little bit buggy. You see, this is a road that the developer puts down. That's like already in the game at game start, but it's a little bit wonky sometimes. Yeah, it's a bit wonky because the corner points aren't. Yeah, see, they aren't lining up. So what I could do is draw this road myself. Hope that that works. That should have worked. Yeah, there you go. Now we could, for instance, do this. I don't like that. Maybe 1. Yeah, there you go. That's nice. Although this takes up a lot of space, I'll probably not do that since I do want to make this a little bit of a larger town now that I know that I can produce most of the stuff I can't get here. I can do that here. We'll probably stay a tier 1 village for quite a long time until we make some good money. I'll do some actually, I mean, we can produce some wool here. Shouldn't be a problem to do it, but it does take down the forest affinity quite a lot, and I think I want to try to keep that as high as possible because it will affect our berries, wild animals, and the mushrooms. We only have mushrooms and wild animals, but also the panage. And I think I want to make this mainly producing meats. So some butchers, some probably some bow makers and like joiners for like shields and stuff like that. Mostly just woodland production, and of course charcoal is going to be something we're going to be exporting a lot here. Hence why I'm saying like I want to start destroying these pockets first, so we can keep the woodland affinity higher. But then also start replacing some forester huts. Over here, probably maybe like 1 here and 1 here. So we can fill this all up with extra wood, which we can continuously re-chop with like a little village we'll build around it, like where a woodcutter lives, and like a logging camp is and stuff like that. And I really like to spread out and make just tiny villages in new locations on the map, instead of just having one really large main town. First of all, it looks better, in my opinion, if there's multiple like smaller settlements within your main region, and it's also more realistic that way. So yeah, I don't know. That's what I like to do. And this area is largely empty. Let's see what the fertility is here. We do have some good fertility here. That is actually awesome, which means we can probably yeah, that works, I think. It's gonna be a bit wonky. We're gonna have to maybe tilt it a little bit. Something like this, maybe? Yeah. I think we should be able to fit 3 of those in there easily. So we can have another 1 Morgan fields. And of course another over here. So we have 2 Morgan per year that we can harvest some rye out of. It's not gonna be, well, it's probably gonna be sold. I think what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna turn the rye into flour, and the rye flour should sell for 2 silver. I think it's silver they call it. No, they just call it regional wealth. Well, whatever. Let's just assume it's silver. It's gonna be 2 silver each. So if we can get like 30 or 40 out of 1 Morgan, that'd be great because we can sell it twice. So 30 times 2 is 60 times 2 is 120 per year in regional wealth, just as a flat. Even though it could produce us some food, I don't think we're gonna need it that much, especially if we keep it small in the beginning and we just start like growing out our regional wealth first, so we can get some more oxen going, so we can get the charcoal production going and stuff like that. I tend to grow like that and not just like massively produce all goods in one region. I see a lot of people do that, and you always notice that they're like, it's harder to do it. It's possible, of course it's possible, but it's like harder to do it that way, I feel. Yeah, your early game will be a lot slower the way I do it, like obviously a lot slower, but I think in the long run it makes prettier looking villages, and it also plays more into what the game tries to make you to do is diversify your regions and not diversify, what do you say, specify your regions more to produce certain goods and like profit from them, export them and import them between the regions. Okay. Let's see, almost everything is built. Do we have this one built? No, I want to kind of prioritize this actually now, because it's taking a bit long. We do have enough regional wealth to get a second oxen right away, which I think I will, since we started with the double supplies. Let's we'll probably, like I said, we'll probably be moving that very soon, so
Summer's coming soon, and soon the beating sun. Careful with that beam there.
I guess this is fine, it doesn't really matter. Like I said, we're going to be moving it pretty soon. And then there's a little trick you can do, since this is not built yet. If you really want to min-max it, is you put this down right away at the beginning of the game, and you immediately buy an ox through the one that's already there. And then it takes less time, because I think it's like 30 days or something. So I could have gotten it in April already. But now I'll probably get the second ox in the beginning of May. So let's do that. Buy another ox. Oh, wait, what does it say? A yield? What? Goods produced. It's a hitching post. Of course it doesn't produce anything. But this should still work, because in theory, this is just a trader that will just spawn off the map, and we'll start moving livestock here. But since this one's already full of stable space, it will automatically move to this one. So as soon as this second ox is gonna come onto the map, it's gonna be like, oh, well, we don't have enough stable space. Or actually, it already says that there's enough stable space, even if they haven't built this yet. So it's already automatically assigned to this one.
Summer's coming soon, and soon the beating sun.
This game is so chill. I truly love it. Okay, everything is mostly built, so I'm gonna start putting some people into food production. And let's actually limit this. It's put it to 12, which means it can hunt 4 animals at a time, but since we have 70, about 70 woodland affinity, we are going to get, where is it? Here we go. We're going to get 70% chance for wild animals to produce 2 offspring instead of 1. Which means if we hunt down 4 at a time, every time a new one spawns, there's a 70% chance that 2 will spawn back instead of 1, meaning we can easily keep up with this. So we're just going to leave this at 12, and yeah, I think that's fine. There you go. So they're going to start hunting. Where are they now? Oh, they were building over there, so they're walking all the way. They have little bows now. Oh, he's still holding the mallet.
Summer's coming soon, and soon the beating sun.
He as well. They were building before. Guess that's a kind of a visual bug. They'll probably put it down at some point, because they... Maybe on reload, or... Well, whatever. Is this... That's second orcs? No. Let's see, did we have... Yes, there you go. Perfect. So, we're immediately going to put that one in there. Do we have... No, this is fine. Just keep hunting this. Because this... Mushrooms and berries are incredibly good. They produce a lot of food for the early game, which you're going to need until you can get some vegetable farms going or some grains going. Since the requirements for updates for the burger plots are fish and grains, fruits, blah 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 blah. Meats on one end, fish on one end, etc., and then grains and grains and fruits and vegetables and foraged items. Let's see. First houses. No, we said we wanted to make one of the first houses was going to be this guy. Let's just keep playing at 1 speed. Who is going to be...
Time to find a good tree.
I wish it would follow the... I think that's it. Something like this. There we go. Maybe a bit big. This is nice. All the way in the back end of the village. The guy who has like a nice little house. He works in the forestry. And he'll have a little vegetable plot there. Which means that the granary person that will have to pick up the vegetables probably have to walk along one path. Can pick up these and these in the same area, which just makes it a little bit more efficient. I know it's a bit of min-maxing. It's not really required. This game is really lenient on. For instance, if we build it over here, the forager hut, we would have to forage over here. It would still be fine. Yes, it would take longer, but as long as they're in the cart, so as long as the granary person is picking it up and it's not in the burgage plot or in this main building. Here you go. Spoilage would be medium in here, but as soon as it's in the cart of the granary person, it's fine. It can't spoil. It can't spoil underway. It can, however, spoil in the granary, but there you go. Spoilage is very low, which you can upgrade if you upgrade to a large granary, which will just make the spoilage even lower. I guess that's the best way to explain it. Sometimes I would just want to put in extra roads to make it look nice. Because I think I made this look a little bit too big. But that's fine. Just keep it for now. Maybe, you know what we can do? A little way shrine across. Kinda wanna do it like this maybe?
Let's get to work.
They will actually have to build that, so this technically isn't very optimal to do right now in the beginning of the game since it will cost time. Ah, that's too bad. It just doesn't fit. Well, maybe I can... There you go. That works. This is a bit wonky here, but it's whatever. It'll look like a little bit of a village square. Maybe we can... I guess that works. Kinda should probably remove this. Maybe we can do it like this. No, it will still just look wonky. The fields could use a better drink, so could I. I guess this is gonna look wonky a bit. It's fine. Just gonna leave it. But that's how you can fill in nice spots. These are shrines. They're just cosmetic. They don't really do anything. Just put down a little shrine. Let's see. They're building that. They're building that. Building the first houses so that we can get some vegetables going. I want to get another one of those going right away, and after those are built, I am going to start chopping down more lumber, timber, to supply building more houses. Where should we put more houses? I want to do the church over here. So let's say these are gonna be the people that live in the center of town, which will be around here, and they're going to be working in the... Oof, that looks just not how I want it. They're going to be working in the granary and storehouse. I think I might redraw this a little bit, something a little bit shorter, something like this maybe. Put down 2 houses. That looks nice. Maybe a little bit larger backyard. And the reason why I'm making it a little bit non-parallel to each other is so that we can draw a road in between, and then this one can be a little bit straighter again over here. Let's put that down. Yes, perfect. That's what I was hoping for. Nice. This looks nice now. 2 houses there. Then we have 1 left, which we can't really do anything with. We got a well. Yeah, I think that's fine. We're just gonna leave it for now, and we're just gonna wait until they build some of these houses, especially this one. Highest. I mean, yeah, there's an argument to be made that immediately putting people on logging camps is a lot quicker. And yeah, true. Because approval is a bitch now for homelessness, it seems. Minus 25.
This is heavier than it looks.
So I guess this is going to... Yeah, the equilibrium will be... Oh. The equilibrium will be minus 24. Oh, sorry, 24. Because of minus 25.
Come on, laddie.
And minus 1 for the lingering memory. The lingering memory is basically... the longer something is the case, the higher that malice gets. There you go, went to 2% because there's 2 months, so it goes up every month, I guess. So that's why we want to start getting rid of that homelessness as quickly. That's why I'm building these houses first.
Come along, lad.
Gonna be a while. Let's see, if we get some more food in, I'll probably, so we have 12 mushrooms, 5 small game, we still have 30 wheat bread. We're almost at a year of food. Once we have a year of food, I generally tend to just remove the hunter, since he can hunt all year round, but the mushrooms don't grow all year round, so I'd like to just get a bunch of those going anyway. I'll remove the hunter for a bit. I usually just leave these on. Technically, I can remove the storehouse worker if the hunter's not working, because he's the only one that actually produces something that needs to be picked up by the storehouse, but it's fine. They also run the common goods stall, so I just leave them
Why
on
do I
there.
have to carry this alone?
Like, you can min-max this game like quite a lot, but it's not really necessary, like I said before. I'm gonna start fast forwarding a bit
Come on,
so they can build
come
those
on.
houses.
Check that doorway's width so that part.
There you go. I'm. Oh, yeah, I forgot. You need planks for that now. That's from way before, where you can just buy like upgrades. Yeah, chickens as well, which makes sense. Did you need planks for that? Cool. Okay, so we're gonna wait with that. We have 11 months of food, which is more than enough to keep going for a while. So we're gonna take off the hunter, and they're gonna help building some more houses and get some lumber going so we can build more houses. Let's first start with clearing this area. We should have our second ox here now, like I tried before. Yeah, there you go. We already have 2 oxen. 2 oxen in the beginning is great, because it just speeds up your building process so much.
Gave the old ox a handful of month-old grey. He spat it in my face and tried to carve me a new nipple.
It
Fresh
just
start for me and me own.
Summer's coming soon. And soon, the beating sun. Gave the old ox a handful of month-old grey. He spat it in my face and tried to carve me a new nipple.
Let's straighten this up.
Summer's coming soon. And soon, the beating sun.
chopping some wood. We already got an extra lumber, which means we can probably... Oh, not yet. We still need to transport it back, but that's fine. We can start transporting it back in a second. Which one are we cutting down? Here you go. Stefan.
Gave the old ox a handful
the
of
branching a
month-old
tree.
grey. He spat it in my face and tried to carve me a new nipple. Time to find a good tree. Soft. Summer's coming soon. And soon, the beating sun. Gave the old ox a handful of month-old grey. He spat it in my face and tried to carve me a new nipple. There's no oval. Tomorrow, find a new home. Give me a hammer and something.
go. Another timber. Let's see. We got 2 people that are gonna live and work here, and then we're going to probably have one over here, which will be the hunter. The hunter will have a nice little shack over here near his hunting cabin. Will not be too big, so it'll mostly be in the forest. Something like this. Don't want to destroy too many of the trees, since I want to try to keep that woodland affinity high, as high as I can. I think this works. There you go. Oh, we already have got our first thunderstorm. Let's see if we can get get hit by it. Let's keep chopping those trees over here. I'm gonna remove some of the shrubbery.
Come along, lad.
Should remove most of it. I don't think there's not too much over here. A little bit moving it over here. There we go. And of course this guy. I think I might. Now we'll remove some of it, like over here in the direct corner of it. So this. It's a little fewer. It's a fewer trees than I thought it was going to be, but whatever. Once they don't have anything to chop down, will just give me a message, and it's fine. We've got 12 months of food and 19 months of firewood, which means we are not going to need this, and I think I might already immediately... Should I just destroy it? I think I'm just going to destroy it for now. Just give me back one timber, meaning we'll probably have another 2 timber. Yes, there we go. Meaning we can build another house. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, and we need a 5th one. And the 5th person will be working in the logging camp, which I am going to put... I think this will be the foresting area I'm going to do, so I'm going to probably put it somewhere over here. So let's make a little road again. Like this. And then a little path like this. This we can make a little road out of, and then we can later put this over here, and we add another forester to it later as well. And then we're basically gonna start regrowing this entire area, and this as well. Well, I make a little industry area over here. So that is set up like this, and then we're going to have a little path going from here. Along the forest line, going into the town, around which we can then set up another part of the city, basically. So that house we were talking about is going to be ending up somewhere. You know what? They'll be neighbors. How about that? That could be nice. I'll not make it too big, so we can put 2 houses. Maybe a little bit taller, like this. I think that works. There you go. Because then we can do this over here. That's perfect. Yeah, we can fit 1 or 2 houses here. Just leave it like this. This is fine.
Just give me a hammer and something nice, not moving. Step right up and sample.
I mean, yeah, the homelessness is a lot harsher than I thought it was going to be. They definitely did rework that, like they said. So, yeah, need to get that timber going. So we can build some more houses, get some more people in. Because as soon as I can get some more people in, that would mean I can start producing salt or planks, I mean. Planks which we're gonna need to start offsetting some food production, because they need fruits, grains, vegetables, or foraged goods, and meats, fishes, or animal produce. Currently, they're satisfying it with mushrooms and small game. So we don't really need to worry about it. Like I said, we already have 12 months of food supply for about 5 families. It's gonna hover around 12 most of my game, because I always try to aim for at least a year of supply in both fuel and food supplies, because then you have enough time to overcorrect if it does go wrong, or sorry, if you do start losing a lot of food. But this game is, I don't know, like I said, it's very generous in the way it produces food, so you don't really ever run into that problem unless you overexpand like crazy amounts. And like I said, if you just have like a little vegetable garden here and another vegetable garden, I don't know, somewhere else, maybe here. I'm probably not going to put vegetable gardens in these, but like maybe in this one or this one. You already have 2 types of vegetables, which can already on its own supply an entire requirement, because vegetables are just, I mean, yeah, they literally spawn in the ground, right? It's vegetables. They have a quick grow rate, so. And the other one we're going to try to supply is going to be the meats, and we're going to supply the meats with pork, because we have a lot of woodland affinity here, which means pigs will yield more. Let's see, pigs' time to yield decreases by an amount equal to the woodland environment. So we currently have 72% decrease to the time it takes before pigs produce pork, I guess. Which we are going to turn into sausage. Which is actually hilarious, because Hans Wurst is my username, and we're going to be producing a lot of wurst. You know what? I think that'd be a fitting name. Let's Wurst Litz. There you go. Let's see, which one finished? These 2. Nice, which means they'll be moving in, and then they're only gonna need to build these 2. Do we have 2 more timber? Perfect. Okay, so we got 2 more timber, which means we're going to both move the logging camp. Yeah, I'm gonna... I'm just probably gonna move it here for now. We're gonna finish up this road. Once they... That's annoying. That's annoying, that's annoying, that's annoying, but whatever. Once they move that over there. Let's see, we've got 2 here, and we should have 4 timber now. Oh, we should have waited until they moved it. That's fine, we'll just wait until they build this first. We'll put this on medium, and these I want to put up higher. There we go. Because they already have their goods. So first finish constructing that, then finish constructing this. We'll finish up this road later. And I'm going to be careful with building another house now. It should be possible, technically, since they already have cut these, and apparently they count. Or maybe they're already dragging them. Yeah, here, it says that this one is gathering lumber already, which means they probably are already grabbing an extra lumber, which is the 2 that's showing up here are probably these 2. I don't know actually how that works. It's whatever. I'm just gonna wait. Maybe we'll update in a second. But I'm pretty sure these are just going to... Yeah, there you go. Get another one. going. And then the other, let's see. It's the other ox. Yeah, the other ox is also gathering, which is probably gonna pick up. There you go. That's this one. So yeah, we should be able to build another house, which is going to be the woodcutter, I guess. We'll have a forester live over here. Later, we'll probably put like a forester here. So let's build a house for the woodcutter. The woodcutter is going to live in a small house close. Maybe we can make it a little bit taller, like this. There you go. Does that look nice? That looks fine. And that shouldn't interfere with this area. And then, there you go. Let's speed up the process a little bit. So I want to finish these houses. So we can get the first development point. I'm kind of disappointed that... Well, not disappointed. How do you say? I guess disappointed is the right word. That they haven't added these other development points yet in this update. It's only the first one, which you get at 5 houses. So after this is built, we're basically done with the development points, which is sad. I really like choosing development points, because for this one I'm thinking of going either this one, the Bamberg Smallholders, the tithe approval malice I don't really care about. I barely pay for tithes, which give you influence in exchange for food. I don't really use that, since you can get influence from defeating bandits, so I mostly just go for that. But what it gives is, it makes us plant trees faster, which is nice for keeping our woodland affinity high. It gives us much more approval from having a variety of foods available as well. And since we're going to try to do at least some farming, some meats, sausages, vegetables, we're going to probably be able to get a lot of extra approval from the food variety. And we can do this. The small holdings upgrade. Enables converting burgage plots of level 1 with backyard extensions into small holdings. Like artisans, small holding families treat their backyards as a permanent job, increasing their yield. Which is... it's just... If you want a lot of vegetables, this is the way to go. These small holdings just produce so much more, because it's their permanent job to then work their backyard extension, which in general is just... I don't know, it's really powerful. I really like it. There you go. This looks nice. Let's form a militia. There you go. Which is just really powerful in general, because it just basically means that you can focus more on production. Like, I want to have a lot of guys working this clay deposit, right? And want to have a lot of them produce tiles. Or where is it? It would be here somewhere. I guess it's building construction. Yeah, roofing. Roof tiles. I want to have them produce a lot of roof tiles. So we can, you know, make money off of that, since it's a rich resource. But we also want to have a lot of people working these salt mines, which are all just going to be people that aren't going to be producing a lot of food. And what I can then do is, instead of having a lot of houses that have a backyard extension, I can also just build a much like tighter city block, like this for instance, where it's basically just a row of only houses. And since those houses won't be producing food, the smallholder plots from the upgrade, they would solely work their backyard full time, meaning they increase their production that way. So you can make up for it in other ways, right? And since we're going to be putting a lot of people on industry here, I think maybe the smallholder upgrade is the one I'm going to go for. We can take a look around. We can get the hunting hound, which is... I mean, this is a nice origin, because it gives you more on minor trades and a little bit more on the forged goods. But since we don't have a rich forged goods, nor are we gonna do a lot of trading from this region, I think I mainly want to like focus on like 2 or 3 items. I don't think this is worth it for this region. Woodwright Journeyman could be good because we have a lot of wood here, but then again, I kind of want to keep that woodland affinity high instead of low. So I'm only gonna try to cut as much wood as I need to overproduce some charcoal that we can sell. It reduces fuel consumption, which is nice, but also negligible. Militia combat effectiveness. I'm not really fighting. I'm mainly just building. I only have bandit camps on. Mining labor speed would be terrible for this region because we have a rich salt. And I kind of want to keep that up because selling salt is much more profitable than selling... I mean, maybe not in total, but like it's much easier because it requires less effort, right? So it requires less input. Clothing durability increases. Consumes less clothing. Sheep are more resilient. We don't have any high elevation places right now. Not needed. Hunting camp efficiency plus 50%. Not needed. And I definitely don't want to have trade routes be more costly in this region. We have no high elevation in this area. I guess we do maybe have some here, but this is mostly forest, and I'm going to keep that forest anyway, so I'm not going to use that. The Regensburg Guildmen are... It's actually kind of nice. I like this, but it's only really good early game, like very early game, since burgage plots produce an extra regional wealth per month, which means... Sorry, all occupied ones. Which means that even tier 1... burgage plots like this give you +1 regional wealth a month, which is not bad, right? That's fine. That's good, but it's only really worth it early game, or unless you are sure that a region you're going to be building in is going to have a lot, and I mean a lot of burgage plots. Otherwise, it's not really, in my opinion, not really worth it to go for this over something else that suits the region a little bit better. Because the upgrade cost goes down, which then synergizes a little bit more, but it's a place where you want to build a larger town or city. Salt and iron imports reduction. I don't need that. Maybe the iron ore, but then again, I'm also banking on this second region I want to expand into for my iron, since it's a rich iron here. And since we already have a rich salt in this region, this one also isn't really worth it to me. The Smiths of Passau is... I mean, blacksmith, sidearm, not really useful for this region. We don't have rich iron. You can't get any worth out of it. This might actually be one we could go for in this region, but since this region also has rich soil for farming, I might go for something that balances that out a little bit more, because iron on its own is already powerful enough. Just by the amount of production you can do with it and make the money you can make with it. So probably not. Let's see, we already checked this one. Improved stonemason, we don't have rich stone, so rather useless. Improved armorers, mine integrity. I don't think this counts for deep mines, salt mines. Mining import discounts. Iron alts are free to establish, blah, blah, blah. I mean, this one isn't terrible if you're going for an armor region. But then again, this is mostly worth it on either a region which doesn't have iron ore at all, so you can import it for a lot cheaper and then build upon the salt. So let's say if I wouldn't have had a rich salt here, that one could have been pretty good because it increases the salt production. Sorry, it can synergize with having a lot of woodland, which means you can get more pork, which means you can produce more sausage with cheaper sorry, this one, with cheaper salt imports. But again, not really needed. I think I might still just go for the Bamberg smallholders on this one. Last one, farming at elevation. Don't really need it on this map, or sorry, in this region. This is nice, but again, this is just a discount, which only works early game. And mining goes quicker, which is actually kind of good. But then again, you produce less in the region. I think this one, they should probably change this, not to be just elevation, but maybe just in general, to make it a little bit more worthwhile. Because this is only really useful on certain maps where you have to farm at elevation. But whatever. So let's just go for the Bamberg smallholders. We get more tree planting, we get more bonus approval from food variety, and we can make the small holdings, which is also nice for roleplay, since we can just make little small holdings, little farms where people just work on and live on their own, free from their lord. Because I haven't decided yet where I want to build the manor for this region. And you know what? I'm thinking I might not build one. Well, I have to build one, but I might not build like an actual castle one. I might just build one that's a little bit more on the top end of town. It's just like overlooking the town. Not really a castle, more like a manor in the sense that it's just like, you know, like the richest guy who owns most of the land here. And I truly want to like build a castle maybe in this region once we take it over from the AI. Because they've upgraded that, right? There's a whole bunch of fixes for the AI. The AI now builds a lot smarter and builds a lot better. Although this is like on purpose. I put them in this region because I saw this happen last time as well. Same as this. This basically makes it look like a volcano. They probably should remove... Oh yeah, look what the AI did. This is what I mean. They put a fisherman's hut on top of this mountain here. But to fish there, they would have to climb down the mountain each morning to fish at the pond. Actually, yeah, where is he? Yeah, here you go. Here you can see it. They're walking all the way around. Looks a bit silly. But that's exactly why I wanted to do it. Again, this is just a beta test, right? So, actually, let's take a screenshot of that real quick. So we can make a... I guess not a bug report, we could just post it in Discord. And I guess this is just... Again, I wouldn't know what they would do about this. Because what the AI does is it pre-places a grid, and then it builds on top of that. Kind of like how the player builds. I personally think they've done a great job at representing how these villages look. Even though it's built by AI, they look super... I don't want to say realistic, but they look very believable. Is I guess the perfect word for that. So there you go. That's that. Still building that. Still building that. We have... Did we pick the smallholders yet? There you go. Bamberg smallholders. Perfect. And then we can also close in this road. Perfect. Okay, let's pause the game for a bit. Let's check where we're at. We've got 2 people doing nothing, which means we can make them do something at least. They're still building this and this, which is fine. We destroyed the woodcutting camp. Sorry, I mean the woodcutter's lodge. And I think I'm gonna rebuild that over here. We don't have enough goods. Yeah, that's right, because we're still building this. So let's make them build this really fast. And this one on medium, which is fine, because I don't really need an extra pop right now. Or an extra family, I guess it should call it. Let's extend this road a little bit, because what I wanted to do was maybe build another forester over here, or like a little forest village over here, where we eventually move this all the way down here and have like a little house there and like a little maybe even a water well. Sadly, that's not possible. Well, we can build one here later. So, like I said, we can reforest this entire area above this. And then basically have some infinite wood going. And then we can have, of course, charcoal burners. No, that's an industry, actually. Charcoal burners over here. Close to the clay mines, which will also have a bunch of these, the clay furnaces, which will produce a lot of tiles, and tiles we will be able to sell. And the excess clay that we produce here, we might just be able to internally trade easier with other villages, so they also have like a starting good that they can produce and sell. But we'll see what we do with it. I shouldn't be thinking ahead too much. I tend to hurry it along a little bit. Let's speed it up a little bit, actually. The game is optimized amazingly. I need to figure out some good settings for OBS, so the bitrate actually stays good, because this probably looks very bad on stream if I move around a lot. So I should probably just keep the camera movements slow. Anyway, let's keep this building 52%. Oh, there's only one family at a time working on it, even though this one has a higher priority. Oh, there you go. They just had to update it. Once this is built, I'm going to immediately assign another guy to it. And I'm gonna limit the area to around this. Something like this. Not too big. Let's see. Can we see? This area is around... Okay. Let's see. Advanced. Let's make it something like this. Yep. So we can just cut this free, so we don't destroy too many trees once we start putting down clay deposits. Or not deposits, clay... What do they call them? Mines? Yeah, clay pits, I guess. Clay pits. Because if I do this, yeah, see? Destroy 9 trees, 11, 10, 14, 17 over there even. It's just a waste. It's all lumber that we can use. And since we want to keep our environment of woodland as high as possible, I just don't want to destroy them for no reason. I'd rather cut them down and replant them later, like I said I was going to do. So we can keep that affinity up, which will synergize very good with the salt and the pork we plan on making. And of course I need to get some timber going, so I can build a saw pit. I think I built the saw pit. Oh, that would be nice if it fits here, right? I don't have enough goods. Is that the problem? Yeah, there you go. This would work. I could put it here. That would look kind of nice. Wait, there is it. Yeah, there it is. That would work. Put it there. Have some nice some stuff there. I'm gonna have to start moving on to getting some fuel pretty soon. So this one's gonna cut down a lot of stuff. Raise the shrubbery over here. Ah, that's sad. There's one cut down there already, which they're never gonna pick up because it's too far now, but whatever. Once they have an extra timber, I'm going to immediately put in a forester hut. Oh no, sorry, I mean a woodcutter's lodge. And I'll probably put it... I guess I'll just put it here. It's fine. The storehouse is over there, so it doesn't have to move too far to get it. I might even move this road altogether and just make it come in over here. Let's do that, actually. I think that might look good. Maybe... No, I'll do it like this. There you go. And I might just remove this road. And I think this will just remove it completely. Yeah, oops. Oh well. I hope we didn't fuck that up now. That should work in this. Yeah, there you go. This looks a bit nicer.
Come along, lad.
There's a little bit of a thing there. I'm just afraid if I remove this, I think it will remove the entire road I placed here. I mean, let's do it. Yeah, whatever. Okay. Something like that. And since we don't really have anything connecting this right now, it's fine. I'm just going to leave it like that. Still looks quite natural and quite nice. As if someone would actually walk this. I think I make this also a little bit more direct of a route. There you go. And then we can remove this one, which will just clear that one out, which is fine. So we're going to do this. And then we can build more houses over here. If we want to, later on. I think they should... see? That's too bad. Oh well. I do want to get as many backyard plots as I can
Mate,
in the city center,
get
since
your
there's...
meat here.
It's where the
So
artisans
fresh.
are going to live, and we'll probably do something like this. Since they're close to the storage house. And the artisans are going to need the inputs from the storage house, right? Or the granary. So probably have a bunch of houses over there that have extensions, so they can become artisans. This one would work quite nicely. Maybe even make it a little bit longer, like this. Oh, I don't have the goods. Doesn't that, like... Sometimes it's a little bit finicky, like... Doesn't want to grab the right place. This can work, and we can have a little road going in the back from here to there. But it's too much for now, so we're just gonna keep it simple. Let's see, we've got 8 timber, that's perfect. And we're starting to go down on fuel quite quickly. That's one of the first things I'm gonna do right now. First of all, yeah, I'm going to build... Should I build that forester over here, maybe? So it has a little bit closer reach to this place. So we can keep it over here for a little bit longer. But I kind of do want to... The forester should maybe go... Something like this. I think that would look nice. There you go. That looks nice. And a woodcutter's lodge. I think I'll just put it down there, that's fine. Let's get this up. We have a 6th family right now, which means we have one person we can put back onto the hunting camp, which we do need because we don't have small game anymore. We only have 2 sources of food right now, which means their approval will start going down rapidly. Right now they're still being fed off of the small game, but since we have no small game left, only mushrooms and some bread, they will only feed off of one of their requirements, since they only get grains from the bread and foraged goods from the mushrooms. And they also want church access, which is, I think, the next thing we're going to build after we get some planks going. So we're going to start reforesting this area. With this guy here, we'll just probably switch these 2 around for a while so they can replenish their own needs. And we're going to, let's see. I forgot what I was going to do. Did I? No, I placed this down already. I was gonna... guess just play... Oh yeah, food. Put one guy back into here. There you go. It should be full now, so... Just gonna hunt 4 at a time, which is exactly enough to keep almost everyone fed for another month coming up. Because after this month, they'll all start losing approval again because they'll run out of their small game that has been supplied to them. So let's hope that they can hunt quick and get a bunch of small game going before the months tick. They probably won't make it now that I'm looking at it. Should have done it a little bit earlier. But there you go, they already got one I'm not gonna say that word. Transitory resource going. Got one pelt. One small game. Okay, well that's good. Already got one small game going. So it means that at least one of the houses will get its month tick. Should have put one back in a little bit earlier. This is why I should have played only on slow speed so you can min-max a little bit more, but this is fine. Let's see. We've got 7 timber, which means we can start building the saw pit as well. I want to build the saw pit. I want to make it look a little bit nice. Something like this.
Let's go!
There you go. That's what I was hoping for. I think that looks nice. No guide available. Should have a guide available since there's an unassigned family. I guess they're already guiding this one, so it doesn't really work. Which is fine for now. Let's see. I'm gonna wait with expanding more villagers a bit since I need to get some planks going before I should have probably got some planks going much sooner. So we could have gotten some vegetable gardens going. Since we did start with more resources. I'm fumbling a bit because I'm just looking at stuff and talking at the same time. You always blame YouTubers for like doing stupid things, and then like, once you record something yourself, you'll notice how it's harder to keep your attention to something if you're also talking and explaining things at the same time. You just get distracted. Or at least I do. I think this will look really nice. Probably put another house somewhere close by. Because this is going to stay our industry area for a really long time. We're going to have... probably this guy's going to probably become a forester. Yeah, I'm going to start switching that up right now. Let's see, this one's a granary worker right now. Okay, so that's going to suck because they're picking up food right now. They're transporting mushrooms. I think they still need to pick them up, so that's fine. Let's, how we're gonna do this? Let's see. He's a warehouse worker, and you're unassigned. That's perfect. So what we're gonna do is unassign, or reassign you, and then we're going to check your house, which is you, and then we're gonna put you in there. And then we're going to, because then this person now works as a forager, which is really close to their job. Gonna check the people again. They live here, and then we're gonna reassign you to work as a... Let's reassign you to work as a... not a lumber cutter. We want to... Actually, yeah. No. Let's not do a lumber cutter. Let's make them... Let's see, if I unassign you, is it now the right person that unassigned it? The last person added. Yes, unassigned. It's going to be a builder for now. Since they live over here, once they're finished, I'm putting them onto the saw pit. Actually, yeah, saw pit, and then I'll move this guy between... Oh, this one's the hunter right now. I'll probably change this one too then. Oh yeah, this one's the woodcutter right now. Yeah, let's switch that up right away as well. Let's put you in there. And... you... No, I want you in there. And I want you in here. There you go. So this guy is now a hunter. Who is close by the hunting. His neighbor across the street is unassigned right now. He doesn't have a job. This guy is the woodcutter guy who's going to, you know, this is the family that basically runs the wood cutting stuff. Probably get a second family in here not too long from now, once we get some vegetable gardens going, so we can have a woodcutter's lodge. Maybe even put him right away in the forester's hut so we can start replanting this area as quickly as we can, since we did get the Bamberg smallholders, which increases the chance for tree planting. The base chance of failure, 50%, when planting trees no longer applies, which means every time the little villagers go onto their knees to plant a tree sapling, it succeeds, which means that planting trees will become super quick, which means I probably won't need as many foresters to keep up with the production of logging camps and planks. I mostly limit my plank production to 100 and just let the logging camp fill up. I never sell planks since they're only worth 1, and it deforests an area really quickly. And again, like I said, I want to synergize with the woodland for the salt, so we can make sausages with pork. I guess we're just waiting for a bit. People are still cutting this. Let's actually make this the highest priority. Yeah, and then put this one on very high. So they do that first. And we're also going to move these respectively here and this one, there it is, here. There you go. Won't be too long before this will all look like a nice village. Like I said, here is gonna be the church, and then we'll probably do a row of houses along this street, and we'll probably extend this street something like this. We'll just, you know, like make this go down a little bit, and then have another row of houses along that. And then we'll probably cut in somewhere. Maybe we actually cut in somewhere like this, so we can actually have houses along the square like that. That could look nice as well. And then make them have small extensions, so they're for artisans. And then I want to start, I'm probably gonna turn, let's see, I don't know how you do that actually. Enables into small holdings, families. Yeah, we're gonna start doing that later as well. And I'll probably start doing that a little bit further away actually, so they don't take too much space in the small town center here. So they can actually live as smallholders, because historically smallholders would basically be free peasants. So everyone, or most people, will probably have heard of the 3 classes of medieval society: the peasantry, the clergy, and the nobility. And eventually, as the Middle Ages went on towards the 14th century, which this game is set in. This game is set in, I think, the late 14th, early 15th century. So let's say 1370 to like 1420 or something like that. And during that time, a lot of the population started growing again after the Black Death had gone away. slowly started growing again, and a lot of people, you know, started to become a lot more economically unrelied on their lords, and they, you know, started making smart use of the rights they have gotten over the ages, and some people were able to outright buy and own their own land. And smallholders would basically be, I guess the equivalent in English would be yeomen, which were, I guess, free peasants, you could say it, because technically serfs would be, I don't want to say property, because they weren't slaves in that regard, but they would be the property tied to the land that the lord would own, if that makes any sense. And smallholders would basically be, they weren't really vassals of the local lord, but they were allowed to own the land they held in their own right, so they could pass it on to their children. And as time goes on, you get more and more smallholders, and the equivalent of smallholders, or like yeomen in cities, would eventually become what we know as the burgher class. These were, you know, city inhabitants that were increasingly becoming more richer and richer, and people that lived within cities started making a lot of money, which was something central government started to prefer over getting, you know, duties. Duties being a serf would be forced to work so many days a year for the lord,
Splendid
or
work on
at
the roof,
least
good-
be, you know, could be called upon to work for the lord for so many days a year. Eventually, what started happening is that towns and villages that started to grow so rapidly, these towns and villages would request certain rights, like, oh, can we, you know, can we force a toll upon people that want to come and trade into our village or town? And then the guy would say, yeah, that's fine. Yeah, the lord would say, yeah, that's fine, of course you can do that, but you have to pay me a certain amount of that money, because eventually, for lords as well, money became much more useful than actual manpower, because they were starting to centralize their rule around their, you know, around their capitals, which required bureaucrats, not literally bureaucrats in the term as we know them today, but more so people that ran the state in exchange for a salary, right? Think of a chancellor that would, you know, do all the maybe the chancellor is not the right word, but let's just say a treasurer. A treasurer would be someone in charge of the kingdom's finances, but he wouldn't do that for free, right? He would do that as a serf. He would do that as his job, so he would get a compensation for having to put in time and effort into that job. And that's why lords started to prefer to get money, because then they could pay these people to do those jobs instead of forcing them to do these jobs, right? So they would be much more efficient at it, much more willing to do it. This came with a lot of advantages and disadvantages, of course, and this is just generalizing the explanation a bit, but there you go. Smallholders. That was a big tangent. Holy shit. I almost want to get some water for that. My throat's getting dry. Okay, cool. We should have everything built here now. We only have 4 months of fuel left, which is getting quite close. So what we're gonna do, we have 8 timber. I'm going to switch up this guy to the woodcutter's lodge for now. We're going to put the work area onto around the same size, maybe a little bit more over here. No, we'll put it at the same size around here, something like that, so they can start chopping some wood. And I actually, since I'm going to want to export this later, I'm going to immediately think about placing charcoal burner. Charcoal being a much more efficient way for fuel than just wood. And since I can just put one person on it and just leave it running, we can get a head start on charcoal. So let's build another person. see, where would the charcoal burner live? I guess he could live, for now, he could live over here, where we decided we wanted to build a house anyway. Something like this, maybe. That looks good. I like that. Now we'll have a little road going behind these houses. Something like this. And then we can probably fill up these later as well. This probably won't fit completely. I think this might be a little bit too... that sucks. What about this? That oh. This could work. This could work. I guess we have a little corner left, which is fine. I don't really care. I don't mind. Or we could actually just... You know what? Let's remove this road for now. But let's make it look a little bit more like this. There you go. That's fine. We can decide what to do with it later. So maybe we want to do something like this and then have like a street going like this. So we can... oh, well, we'll move that in a second, but... So we can have like a street going over here. And then build the houses like this. Yeah, there you go. So we could just build a bunch of houses, all with backyard extensions, which is gonna be nice. But then again, that's like for much later. Shouldn't overextend myself so early. It's funny how they immediately move from this one, which they were already constructing, to this one. Even though I kind of want you to make this first, so let's just put the priority up. Let's see, you're cutting some more of that stuff. We're getting a more guy coming over. And we want to start producing some planks right away. Let's see, I want to at least put the limit for now to 100. Which might seem a lot, but that's fine. And the reserve for this I want to always keep at 6, so we can build 3 houses at a time. And whatever we need, so you always have some timber in reserve in case you want to expand some houses. Let's see. I might actually remove this road again. And see if we can... There you go. Build another house there. Which will be... We'll be able to... this will fit 2 families, because you have an extension there. 2 people over here. One will be working in the forester hut. One will be working in the logging camp. And then for this one, the same thing. One in the saw pit and one in the woodcutter's lodge. And then that one forester should be able to keep up with ease with both the logging camp and the woodcutter's lodge, since I'm limiting the amount of planks produced. So the logging camp will eventually stop with cutting, and the woodcutter's lodge is gonna turn most of it into charcoal, which is 2 charcoal per 1 wood. And I'll just disable firewood in the fuel section here, which means they'll only use charcoal, which means every wood I produce will be double, I guess doubled in value. Not in value, but in, you know what I mean. Like, I'll get 2 uses out of 1 firewood. And as soon as we get this for free as well, like clear out this place, we can start building, which I kind of want to start getting into early, is a mining pit. Maybe even 2. So we can start getting clay from these deposits. And the clay we can immediately start turning into roof tiles. And roof tiles are an okay good. They sell for quite a bit. I think it was 3 or 4. Which is a nice early game good. And along with the charcoal, which we should be able to produce quite a lot of. Again, this is just a slow start. I am... Sorry, excuse me. I'm not trying to min-max any of this. I'm just trying to you know, build a little town, build a little village. No min-maxing here. Just like to talk about history and you know, make a little historical looking town. I guess I shouldn't grandstand so much, but like I think I can make them look quite historical, since I try to aim to make things look as natural as possible by not pre-planning much, or too much I should say. Basically only building whenever I need something, and try to think of this from a perspective of the people that live in this town. Like for instance, that's the reason why I want to build some housing here, is because, you know, I've got jobs over here, right? So these people are gonna build their homesteads or their houses closer to their jobs, because that's, you know, most of the time where they'll be occupied with. Let's see if we have this set up right. I think both of these should either be the granary worker and the storehouse worker. Yeah, the warehouse worker and the granary worker, yes. Oh, that's funny, because this does say storehouse. And I think it's also called storehouse in this menu. Yeah, storehouse. But if you look here, it says warehouse worker. Interesting. Oh, I think that's also new, is it? It actually shows you when they're going to consume food. This might be from a previous update though. I hadn't seen this yet. 29 days. Okay, so that's good. Let's see. We already have 15 small game and 114 mushrooms, which is great because mushrooms are going to stop growing come autumn? No, come winter. It still grows in autumn. I think it just stops replenishing, but you can still get them. This will obviously go down to 12 really quickly, but I'm hoping to offset some of it with the teaming affinity, so we can get more offspring, 2 instead of 1 on the wild animals. It doesn't say it needs to be rich, right? No, it just says adds a chance for wild animals to produce 2 offspring instead of 1. And we currently have 72% of that happening, which it should mean that it basically always happens. Well, not always, but happens a lot of the time, right? Should have probably built a little road here. That would have looked nice. It's fine. I'll keep it like this. What I'll probably end up doing though is something like this, and then have like a road going both of these ways, so there's enough traffic flow, and then we can have like rows of houses on the inside of that, something like this. And again, that would be a dead-ending street, so it might not look as nice. We'll see what will happen. This is a large open area where we can definitely build some houses. We could actually just do something like this and make it like the outside of the village. And do something like this, where we then just don't build outside of that. Basically have the main town in, well, a little bit more like this area, something like this. And just have some industries like I planned already over here. This is almost built, which is nice. We've got the forester going, which is great. Once this is built, I hope that our approval is high enough so that we... Oh no, that's level 3. I thought it said current effects, passive income +1, but it's only for brokerage plots level 3. Which again, this would feed nicely into having a high affinity, and then choosing the... Which one was it? I think it's this one. Increased regional wealth from brokerage plots. Which would then just make brokerage plots tier 3 make 5 regional wealth per plot, which is insane, right? I think they make 3 on their own, and then you get +1 from the perk, and then you get +1 from the approval. But we didn't choose it, so again, I think this perk is mostly worth it in a region where you build like a large city or like a large town with like a lot of high-level buildings. Then again, I don't know how these are gonna look like, the other upgrades. So, yeah. Oh, by the way, I'm not really looking at the chat because I only have one screen set up right now. But I just saw a question, and also hello. I saw someone say hi, so I don't know if you're still watching, but hi. And then someone asked a question: what is the big difference in this update? The biggest difference in this update is I can get to the changes. I hear a citizen moving in. The patch notes are quite large. I'm not going to read all of it, but I think the biggest things that were fixed in this update compared to the last one is the bugs. So the last update we had before this one was a beta update in which a lot of new production was added, like the quarry, and the mining pit changed, and there now is a lime kiln, and you have to make stonemasons because the manor got a new building upgrade in which you can now build a stone castle instead of just a wooden one. And a lot of bugs started happening in that previous update, where certain mining didn't work out too well. There was a lot of traffic jams because these villagers move into... Oh, why is this abandoned? Let's destroy that real quick. Because these villagers move like into each other when they're trying to enter certain buildings, and a lot of that kind of stuff is fixed. So I'd say there's not a lot of new content compared to the previous one, but the previous update had a lot of buggy stuff, which is now completely fixed. And basically, if you haven't played it since that last update, you can build stone castles now. I guess that's the biggest new content, and they revised the entire development system. So right now, what you can do is, instead of previously it was like a perk tree, right now you choose an origin, and an origin basically comes down to a little bit of roleplay, in which it explains like what this origin means, and then it gives you bonuses. And then I think their plan is that they still have village tiers, like it shows up here. It says current settlement level is small village. Each settlement level reached unlocks a new development category. So each level unlocks a new category, which are going to be these. And from those, you can then pick a new perk. Also, this entire system, the affinity system, is new. It was also in the previous system, but now it works. It functions now a lot better than, I guess. I'm not sure if it was really, this was also buggy in the previous one, but I did see some things as it didn't update correctly all the time, I guess, but I might be wrong on that. But there's a lot of bug fixes at least. Let's see if there's anything else. Was there any new units? Yeah, they're working on sieges actually, because there you go, you have a siege camp. You can place a siege camp. It doesn't do anything. I tried placing this, but there you go. They just won't build it. Nothing will happen with this, so it doesn't really matter. But placing nearby friendly units allows utilizing siege equipment. So what is going to happen? Oh yeah, actually the biggest thing maybe they did this update is the AI now builds villages, right? And the AI has been improved greatly. The AI now actually builds what it needs. It's not just magically gaining supplies like it used to before this. And I have to say, as a big history enjoyer, like these villages look great. They don't look static or computer generated at all. They really look rather good, in my opinion. Like, for instance, look at this. This is nice. It's very smart about it. Built along a main road. It has like a little place where the church parish would be. It keeps in mind that there's a big clay surface here. Sorry, a clay resource. So it's not building over it. And in the previous update, it used to just build whatever, but now it seems to keep in mind a lot more where its resources are and how it can produce those. And for instance, this guy is expanding a lot less fast than this guy, because this guy is probably getting a lot more food quicker, because he has a rich mushrooms right close to his town center, but also a fish right to his town center. So he produces food a lot quicker than this guy over here, which can get wild animals from over here, and can get mushrooms from over here. But it seems that he's only building that forager hut right now. So probably explains why he's expanding a lot slower. But he did get a bunch of vegetable plots, and he has a trading post up already, and his church. I'm kind of behind on the AI actually. They both have their churches going already, so we should probably start seeing about that as well, huh? Fuel is 7 months right now, so we can probably start moving the woodcutter back towards the saw pit a bit. I kind of want to maybe wait until someone already lives in here. That's perfect. So what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to add one. Oh, they changed this as well. This used to be a 2-slot building, but now it's just a 1-slot building, which is fine, I guess. It produced planks so quickly that you never really put in 2 anyway. At least I never did, and I cannot recall if I ever saw anyone online do it, but whatever. I'm just gonna leave this screen on for a bit, and I'm gonna go grab some water real quick.
We all know what that means.
Nice. Water. There you go. Yep, we're gonna be producing some planks. They immediately... Oh, wait. Yeah, never mind. I should probably put these people on the logging camp for a bit, because I made sure to put a timber limit on this. Actually, we could remove the timber limit and just turn these 2 planks into
there, on and on.
sorry, these two timber into planks, but I want to keep them in reserve just in case I want to build another house, and I might actually do that right away, right now, because we want to start putting someone into the charcoal kiln as soon as possible as well, because the earlier we do that, the sooner we can make use of every firewood being turned into 2 charcoal, which just doubles our capacity right away. And I also want to get that going, because charcoal is going to be one of the things I want to export mainly from this region. So let's actually see. Trading post, here we go. That's 4 timber, so we can't build that anyway yet. I think I might want to put something... Might want to put it here, actually. Yeah, that would fit quite nicely. Right next to the storehouse, so they don't have to walk very far to get their stuff. It would still be in the city center, basically. Maybe I can remove this road for a bit, and then let's see, we can measure this out a little bit more precisely. I guess this could work. I kind of want to have it mirrored a bit, but sadly it doesn't let me put it there, and I think if I remove this road, this entire road will be removed. Which we could of course put back down, but I kind of like sometimes just living with the small mistakes you made, because realistically a town would obviously grow. You wouldn't just rebuild the roads every second. So to keep that natural flow to it, like the natural look to it, I often just leave roads as they are, even if they are not very precise. Sometimes I do change it like I did before to make it look a little bit better, but let's just leave this for now for the way it is. Let's see. So trading post. I think I'll end up just doing it like this, and make this road go out a little bit more into here, and then have a side road coming out of that, so we can build more houses over there as well, because our current well is over here. I kind of want to start maybe putting some extra wells around, so people from multiple places don't have to walk as far. Like for instance over here, I could. It's just not enough. That's too bad. I thought maybe I could place one here actually. Then what we could do is, like I wanted to do before, is make a road, like a street, going down all the way there. We'll see what happens. Right now this is fine. They do have to walk a bit further for the water, but we only have 7 plots, so this is perfectly fine. Then we could do this to make it look a little bit nicer. Build a little street to the backyard of these people. There you go. So they can leave through the back as well and go there to get some water.
Bring this here, bring that there, on and on.
Let's see. For timber, I want to get a little bit more timber going even. I think I might just put that last person in as well to chop wood. No, I said I wasn't gonna do that. I'm gonna do this. Immediately make them produce a lot of charcoal. And also, let's remove some shrubbery, because I want to start checking out this area for the clay. There's a couple trees still needs to be debranched over here, so we're gonna let them do that first, and then I'm gonna put in a mining pit. Actually, that requires planks anyway, so we need to build some more timber. I think I'm gonna start fast forwarding a bit. I normally don't really do that, but again, just want to start looking at some of the new stuff, since the manor building should now be fixed. Building actual stone, like building an actual large manor, should work a little bit better now, because that was a bit buggy before. Keep cutting down those trees. We have enough, so I'm going to put one in, because this is put down to 6, and then they're going to start producing planks for me. A bandit camp was sighted, the first one. It is actually all the way on the other end of the map, so I'm not going to be bothered by this. Let's hope that the AI actually has to deal with these bandits as well, because they did update the AI, so I'm curious as to see if they can fight off these bandits now. It is the intention that the AI will eventually be able to do that, but I'm not sure if they can do it right now. So let's fast forward a bit more, get some charcoal going. We already have 20 charcoal, which is perfect. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to stop any firewood from going to the marketplace. Now, that means that any firewood that comes in will only be turned into charcoal, which is exactly what I want, because you get 2 charcoal for 1 firewood. There you go. We have some planks. We already have 5 planks, which is perfect, because I want to start getting some vegetable gardens in. I'm going to put one here. And let's put one... This is the hunter. I think I'll put the hunter also having a vegetable garden. I think that would look nice. Oof, there's a big tree here. Looks a bit wonky, but... what do you do? It's fine, it's fine, it's fine. The hunter can have a vegetable garden, because he probably won't be hunting that much anyway. I guess he might. It's fine though. It's fine. It's fine. And we also want to start getting some
We all know what that
meats. And I think on this map, again, pork is by far the best one to choose since we have a lot of forest affinity. And more forest affinity means that the pigs produce more pork. Since in Middle Ages, they would let pigs roam in forests. The pigs we know today and how they look and how they are, they weren't around in Europe in the Middle Ages. They were much closer to what we know as swines. And yeah, they were. They'd usually just be grazing, I guess. I don't know if you could call it grazing, but they would be grazing in the forests. Unlike they would be today, where they would be, you know, on farms and stuff. Herded, I guess is the right word. They would be herded into forests. Hence why they made this associate with the woodlands. The more woods you have, the better the forest... the pigs can grow fat on mast and acorn, like it says. So they would just roam in the forest. Let's see. We got 26 planks. Perfect. Which means we can start upgrading some more of these. I think it would be nice if we have at least a couple... Oh, goats now provide milk. That's also new. I haven't seen that yet. And hides, of course, which we can turn into shoes later on. But I think for now, what I want to do is... I want to... Let's make both of these produce pork. And let's make this one produce chicken. No, I'll make this one actually a vegetable one as well. So we have some pork. And I'm gonna leave these three empty because they're gonna become probably
gave the old ox a handful of money.
probably
He spat it in my face and tried to carve me and you nipples.
I'm not sure yet if I actually want to. Definitely a butcher's. Definitely one butcher's at least. So maybe I can produce even more food over here. But I'll definitely at least get one butcher. And definitely get at least... I think the bakery I'm probably going for. Because I want to produce some rye bread. And rye bread I can produce in 2 locations. Even though this is not a rich region, I can produce quite a bit of rye over here. Let's see. This is 6 Morgan. And over here as well, this is like 5.5, which is fine, which we should be able to get at least 3 rows of fields out of. Storage is full of the charcoal kiln, okay. Then let's get one guy off. Yeah, we should probably start upgrading our town a little bit more after the winter. We have plenty of food. So maybe we should already start doing it now. We can start growing exponentially. Once you reach that first part in the game, you can start growing quite quickly. And I think I might want to do it here. I think this might look nice. Something like this. Maybe a little bit bigger. That's nice. There you go. Ugh, why this? I hate it when it does this. I want I want this to be a nicer, bigger road, so it looks nicer. But there's nothing I can do about this. I don't think. Maybe, nah, that doesn't really work. Maybe if I rebuild it, it just removes it completely. That sucks. Maybe now this works though. Somewhat, not really, but whatever. Let's see. We had a road going through here, somewhere like this. There you go. That looks okay. And what we can do over here actually is... I wish it wouldn't snap all the time. We can do something like this, so it looks a little bit more walked on. There you go. That looks fine. Stocks are getting soaked. That's not good. Oh, okay, yeah. We definitely have plenty of all of this stuff. Pelts, yeah, we should definitely get an upgrade on this going. 16 planks. We have plenty. We don't have enough. Okay. So what I'm gonna do is immediately quit on producing planks because we don't need to. And I'll put an extra guy. No, this is fine. We'll have 2 builders, 2 people building this. There's gonna be some exposed goods. It's... I should have paid more attention to this. This should never happen. But it's fine. It's not the end of the world.
This is heavier than it looks.
Let's see. Okay, they built this. I want to do cabbages maybe over here. Or maybe carrots, actually. Oh, okay. Here we go. They changed the prices of these. These are considerably more expensive. Although I felt last update that the carrots were by far the most powerful ones to have. Because they only take 14 weeks to grow, but they give a medium yield. Which means they just grow so much more often. But here it says that cabbages would have a high yield, but 18 weeks to grow. I felt like in the last update, on average, the carrots were by far the most powerful. Anyway, since this is not a freeholder, I'll probably put it on cabbages. Actually, we only have... No, we'll just do carrots. There you go. Carrots over there. Carrots over there. And carrots over here, maybe. Actually, we have exactly 84. Some cabbages. Then we'd get carrots, cabbages, mushrooms, small game. So maybe we actually want to just save that and actually get the... Oh yeah, there you go. Ugh, we just come too short. That sucks. Ah. No, I'll go for the pork, because we need the meat. Because we currently only produce one source of meat, and we have multiple sources of grains, of vegetables, and fruits. Because we both have these, and now we have these. We only have one of. Animal produce is going to be chicken, since they produce eggs. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, milk should count as an animal produce. So we're probably going to get goats as well. Just have a bit of all of it. So, okay, so these are built. That's perfect. I'm going to start putting it back to normal speed. We currently have 5 timber, which means we can upgrade the storehouse, which is very necessary because we're running out of space already for it. I should be paying a little bit more attention to make sure that I don't make mistakes like that. Because it's just a big waste of the production. Let's see. This is fine. We're gonna switch you to just produce this. So what they can do is they can turn 87 firewood into charcoal, and since they only use charcoal right now, we don't need to produce any wood cutting anyway. I do want to produce more lumber. And then eventually, what I'm going to do, and I think I'm going to do that right away, is I'm just going to expand this one. I mean, I think you can see this here, yeah. The pigs look a little bit more hairy than the pigs nowadays. They look a little bit more wild because... back in the day, pigs weren't as domesticated as they are nowadays. And you don't see it in the game, but realistically, these would be grazing in the forest. we upgrade this one? No. No, we should definitely save this last money and get a trade route going in a bit. After this is upgraded, we want to
Have you
build
marked the
a
joists
trading
for the rafters already?
post. We don't have enough goods yet, so we gotta wait a little bit. And I think I decided that I want to maybe just do it like this, so we can have that street going along this route would be nice. Maybe here, I think, would be fine. As close as I can put it over there. Although, does that work with that road? I think it would work. That should be fine. Yeah, we can just make it a really tight corner. Like that, something like this. And then we put the trading post over. Maybe we can even put it on this side. No, that just leaves a large gap, which I don't really like. I think I want to put it on this side. I don't mind the gap on the back as much. So let's remove this road for now. Let's see, we got 2 timber. Got 3 people, so they're all building, which is useless. Right now, we want more timber. Let's see. We have you as an unassigned person. Let's assign you to the forester hut. Make you start planting a bunch of trees. Let's start with this area. A little bit bigger? I do have that perk, so I think a little bit bigger is fine. They'll just start planting this area relatively quickly, and then we can start cutting down and replanting this area first, and I'll put a second forester up there later. Because for now I just want to clear this so we can get clay going. Currently have... Yeah, this is fine, because they can just keep producing. This will be finishing up in no time. Let's finish it up really quickly.
The old ox a handle a month-old drag. You spent it in my face, tried
There
to
you go.
carve me and you nipples.
And now it can hold 2,500, which is 5 times as much than the normal 500 I think the base one has. Also, what's going to start happening now is I'm going to need more haulers for the market, because we're going to start producing a lot more food now over in these places, which means this granary worker will be running around the place a lot. So a second helper would be kind of nice, and I think I want to do the same for the storehouse, but I'll do that a bit later. So what I'm going to do now is put this person onto the granary. I'm not going to upgrade this yet because we don't have that much food yet, and it costs plank and stone. And plank and stone we currently have a limited amount of because I'm not producing any more, and I want to use that for the church. Yeah, we need a little bit more lumber, and then we can build that. It's always the lumber. So, and the reason why I always keep one family unassigned is so that I always have at least one family that can build something if needed. Otherwise, you always forget to pull someone off of a job, and then you have no one to actually build stuff. I don't know why this isn't visible once I zoom out. It's kind of weird. A little bit of a visual bar. 7 timber, perfect. Okay, first things first. Let's get that trading post going so we can start selling a bunch of stuff. So we're gonna need that money for some small upgrades. We wanted to put it as close as we can to here. There you go. That looks nice. And then I'm gonna extend this road behind it, like maybe even shorter, like this. That doesn't really matter that much. Something like this, maybe. I don't know what building I could put here. Does the... Where is it? livestock trading post. It would fit here. Although it would make... that looks a bit weird, wouldn't it? Although a livestock trader, I'm gonna put anywhere where I can have a lot of farming space anyway, so... And also not too far from the corners of the map, since that's where they trade them from. So actually, if I put it maybe over... What about across from the street from it? Maybe here? Here. I think I might have to still just do it. Destroy this road. And then I'm going to make this road the new road going into there. Like this. I'm not sure if that's gonna work, because it's gonna... There you go. Oh, saving. There you go. That looks nice. And then we can put the livestock trader on either one of these sides. Is it really not gonna fit here? Why not? That's a bit weird. Let's see if we unsnap it. Let's see if we can try to fidget it in here. Maybe... I guess we could do it like this. That could work. That's fine. Let's make it something like this. There you go. And then the livestock trader. Snap it to the road. Let's snap it to the road like... doesn't really matter. Like this. That's fine. Let's play. Oh, back to 1 speed. I just like to build these and get them out of the way, so I have them, so I don't forget about them. Actually, we could probably just put this to the lowest. I do want to put this up a little bit, because I want to start producing that a lot more. We currently have 2 people. Got 1 person already planting. That is nice. Let's see. Charcoal is still being produced. We got 2 more people on the way. This person is working in a granary. Granary worker. This should be a warehouse worker, perfect. And this is a unassigned, which is probably going to end up becoming a warehouse worker as well. And then we have 2 people over here. I think I might keep both of these in reserve, and then we're going to start putting all of these people into this area. That's why we did it after all. Actually, you know what? Let's put this into the forester hut, and then let's make this a little bit bigger of an area to work them in. Since we have that perk where they can plant trees a lot quicker, we should be able to fill up this area a lot quicker as well, especially with 2 families working as foresters. And the sooner we have this filled up, the sooner we can keep this, or well, the easier we can keep this woodland affinity high, since every piece we cut down will take away from this area and turn it into meadows. But since we want to keep this as high as possible, every piece I cut down, I want to replant. But it's going very well. It's going pretty well. Again, this game is very relaxing. It's
Come on, then.
if
Come
you
along.
really fuck up, then yeah, you can have your villagers starve and things can go wrong. But honestly, you'd have to try really hard to fuck up, because I think you should be able to easily have at least 10 houses on just a small berries and a small animals, or small mushrooms in this case. You can easily feed them off of it. And even so, if you just make sure you harvest enough food in the first year alone, then during those winter months, when they don't produce any of it, you should be starting to make some money at least, so you can get vegetables for the next year, which I'm also doing. I have 2 vegetable, or at least 1 vegetable plant, and already one pigs going. I want to start upgrading these ones later as well. When families start moving in, I think it's one of these houses. Yes, perfect. And one of these houses is going to become the trader. And why do I want that? Because I already have almost 80 pelts. And pelts currently, as far as I know, don't have a function. They used to be able to be turned into leather. But now that only works for hides. I'm going to assume that pelts are going to become a good that is maybe used by a higher tier building for some, you know, more fancy clothing. I don't know. Because it's under the textiles. So, yeah. We'll see. Maybe pelts will need to be turned into like fur clothing or something like that, or fur cloaks. But for now, I don't think they're used, and you can just sell them as a good, which would give us some income. Which we definitely need, because we want to start filling up a lot of food production really quickly, so we can start expanding a lot more rapidly. And I think once I have some of that down, I am going to start looking into getting my militia onto getting our first bandit camp down. And you mostly want to do that during the winter, because during the winter, a lot of food-producing buildings don't function. And since any pop you actually raise as a spear militia is actual people that work these buildings, you don't want to, you know, raise your troops in the middle of harvesting season, because, well, then all of a sudden half of the family, or I think it's 2/3 of the family, will be raised as soldiers, and they won't be working the fields, meaning your harvest will most definitely fail. I mean, it evens out if you have more population than you have troops, so some people will always be left behind, but especially in the beginning, you should be careful with that. There's also a good strategy in basically building a manor as quickly as you can, so you can start off with 5 retinues, and retinues are really strong, especially combining them with just the 20 spearmen you get from the first equipment you get, because you get a little armorant delivery in the normal gameplay, which is 20 spears and 20 large shields, so you can make 20 spear militia. But 20 spear militia plus 5 retinue can easily wreck a bandit camp. I'm currently not playing with bandit invasions on, or any of those others, because I just like to build and just quietly expand, and it's the combat isn't really fleshed out enough for me to personally enjoy it. I think as soon as sieges are a thing, I am never gonna play without enemies ever again. Right now, the only enemies I have on the map are AI, and I don't think they are hostile or can be hostile. Also, there is no diplomacy. I mean, we could try. Sebastian? Sebastian, it's a pleasure to meet you, Sebastian. And Linhart. We can't actually send a letter to Linhart for some reason. I don't know why. I guess it doesn't really do anything. It's fine. Doesn't really matter. Anyway, we got a nice village going. Our first merchants on the way. We are, yes, replanting some of this forest. I think we should be able to see some of the stuff they planted already. I think these... No. Maybe... Let's see. Yeah, I think it's these. Or these that are planted. And they just... You can... If you want, you can slowly see these turn into full trees. I think this is a tree that is harvestable. This one as well. But, like, these aren't. These are too small still. Maybe they're just shrubs, though. We can check real quick. Oh, no. Never mind. They're just shrubs. But you can actually see the trees they plant, and they do actually grow over time into these larger trees. And the cool thing about these forest maps is, as you spawn in, some of the trees aren't fully grown yet. So even if you don't reforest an area, some trees will still be regrowing, like over here. I didn't cut down all of these trees, and they're too small to cut down by the lumber camp, and they're still growing into larger trees. But there was a little bit of a foresty area over here. But I don't think I'm going to put in the effort to cut them down. I'll probably just... either build some houses over it, or if you want to be cheesing it a little bit, you can remove trees by just putting down a field like that. So that's a little trick for you. I don't tend to use it because it's just a waste of resources, and I don't know, it's a bit cheesy. But we are going to do that probably over here a little bit, because like I said, I'm going to build some rye fields over here and some rye fields over here. Let's see, where can we even build a windmill where it wouldn't look out of place? Because this is a bit of a valley. It's kind of weird if you'd have a windmill there. Good question. Maybe I'll just
Give me
put
a hammer
one
if something
here
needs
somewhere,
to not move.
which is close enough to the town. And then we can have the farming over there. Yeah, that'd be perfect. That'd be perfect. Trading post is finished. Perfect. Let's see. This guy, I think we wanted. Or was it this one? I think he already works in the granary, yes. So we're going to put him in the trading post. Make him trade for pelts. Since pelts aren't used currently, we can safely just trade them, export them away till we reach 0. Which means we'll just get 2 per pelt, which will give us about 160 silver, or regional wealth I should say, which we can then use to finally start upgrading some of these buildings. I want to get more vegetables from here, I want to get some more meats from over these ones, and then we can really start growing out the village quickly. Like I said, mostly going to produce charcoal and clay. And some salt, sausages. But that will be a bit later on, as we need some more goods to actually be able to support a butcher's. Because a butcher's requires a tier 2 building. And we currently cannot really get any of the goods to get the approval high enough for a tier 2 building to be profitable. At least I think they fixed the approval, so if I just upgrade a bunch of buildings now, they would just be unhappy and it will tank my approval, which will just come with other negatives. So for now, I'm just gonna take it slow. I'm gonna leave this view for a bit so you guys can look at that. Actually, let's see. Are we still gaining 7 timber, 25 planks? Perfect. Still turning that around. Okay, so yeah, I'm gonna leave it for a second here, like this. And I'm gonna go take a short break. You guys can just... I'll be back in like 2-3 minutes. Just grab some water, grab some...
Come on, laddie, come along. Snow's pretty low in fall. Hell if it ain't. Get some mud after 10 minutes. Come on, laddie.
Hello there. Short little break. Refilled my water.
Come along, lad.
Actually didn't grab a snack because I don't have anything at home. This update launched quite early in the morning European time, and yeah, I basically haven't left the house yet. I've just been playing this. It's great. I love this game so much. It's just so chill to see your little villagers working, building a nice little town. It's the same kind of feeling I have when I play Europa Universalis 5, where you know that every little pop and every little number here is represented somewhere quite literally in the game. Almost none of this is like abstract. Like there's actually been cut 47 firewood, and it's here, and it's all gonna get used. And every villager here, this guy is gonna need that firewood at some point. I just like the simulation of that. Me as a person who loves history, I studied it and I teach it. It's just amazing to be able to simulate history like this and make it vivid and I don't know, visualize it. Let's see. Okay, we're already producing some pork, which is good, because I was afraid it wasn't going to produce much. But it seems that this bonus now applies correctly, because I'm pretty sure it didn't apply correctly, or it applied differently at least. But now it just decreases the time for a yield to happen, which is perfect. Which just means that this will produce 70% quicker, if I understand it correctly. I don't... Extension productivity is 42%. I don't know what this would mean, because it's implying that the extension is only productive for 42%, which is weird, since it says waiting 85%. But as far as I know, since this is a pigs one, they don't actually require to work the field. This just happens, and then it just adds the yield here. Oh, here we can see it actually. Produced in the last year is 2 pork. And it's, here we go. There you go. This is the numbers. I want to see the numbers. Okay, so what? It produced 0.2 more? But that makes no sense, right? It produced 0.2 more. Or it will produce 0.2 more over that current span of time, because it decreases the time to produce a yield. Yeah, okay. So currently, for the last 365 days in which this has been producing something, it produced 1.2 times more than it normally would, even though it works. Yeah, it's at 100% speed. But shouldn't this increase this speed then, instead of the yield? Because it says that the time to yield decreases, not the actual yield. Doesn't really matter. I don't care. I'm not gonna sit here and do some maths. I'm not really good at that anyway. Anyway, is our trader going around? Yes, the trader is trading. Let's see, where is he going? Here's he going. Ulrich. Ulrich is going off map, and he's going to sell some pelts for us. Once he's sold those pelts, we can... I wonder how many he can bring with him at a time. We had something like 80, right? Let's see. Did he take 30 with him? In one go? 30 pelts? In his little basket. That's quite impressive, Ulrich. Anyway, that means that we can get 60 regional wealth in about, let's say, I think it takes them 30 days to trade, or like 15. And I guess this is like half a month of travel, maybe less, 10 days or something like that, back and forth between the end of the map and the village. So let's say in January, I think the end of January, the start of February, we'll have enough money to start upgrading some more of our food, which is perfect. And I want to immediately start upgrading the vegetable plots, because as soon as the ice melts and the snow melts and winter turns into spring, vegetables and berries, or mushrooms in this case, will start growing again. And also, animals will start multiplying a lot quicker again. So if I make sure to then build the vegetable gardens at that moment, it will line up nicely with the end of the year. Because right now, if I would upgrade this, to, for instance, produce carrots, they won't actually work the fields because it's I guess the ground is frozen. It's frozen. Let's see. Yeah, Margaret over here can't really do anything about this field. It doesn't look like they have anything planted. And the same actually goes for... Yeah, the same actually goes for the foresters. The foresters don't actually plant anything in winter. So technically, having 2 people on this is a complete waste. I'm not gonna care, however, because I'm not min-maxing. But technically, you wouldn't want to have people on the forester hut in winter. It would probably be more preferable to produce some extra firewood, or maybe have them work, you know, the logging camp or the saw pit. Okay. I think I'm gonna start speeding up a bit until we reach spring. And then we'll probably have some money from the regional wealth. Or sorry, the trades. Let's see if we can still see Ulrich, the trader. No, I think he's off map. You can't actually see him here anymore. Oh, we did get some money. Did Ulrich already return? Was he that quick? No, he's stocking up actually. So, I guess... Not sure where he got that money from then. Because I also haven't actually bought a trade route. Because if I had a trade route, it would mean that a trader on the map would also come and buy this. Not sure where I got that money from. Anyway, this means that I'm gonna start saving. Start a... Did we already get carrots? I guess I'm going to... I'll do more carrots over here as well. So we can get a bunch of carrots going, because eventually the mushrooms are gonna be... It's nice to have them, and I guess with the teaming they are actually quite powerful, even though it's not a large one. I just want to diversify as much as you can, because having a diverse food variety will actually give you a lot of extra approval. And extra approval comes with some extra bonuses, but it also means that your migration rate will go up, so you can expand a lot quicker. Plus, I guess it's nice to be liked, isn't it? Let's see, how far along are they over here? Do we still have someone working the... Yeah, we do, actually. But why are you... Ah, okay. So currently, our woodcutter is sick. Where are they? They're at home. They're at home. They live in this house. I don't think you can actually look inside of the houses. Not really. But they're currently sick. So they aren't actually working at all, which means I'm not producing anything over here. There's something you can do to counter that. Over here, you have a herb garden in the forager hut. And this basically passively produces herbs. And if a family gets sick, they will go over to the market, or to the granary, I guess, and they'll consume a herb, which means then they won't actually be sick. And otherwise they would be sick for 30 days, I think it is. So that way you can prevent that from happening. I guess later down the line, maybe apothecaries or herbalists will become a thing in the game, but right now you can get them through the forager hut, which actually I think I might just... I'll wait for a bit on that. I think I want to upgrade... we have pork here already, and I'm going to do another pork here. And let's see, we already have food here, and then we can probably do another beetroots. I don't want to do the beetroots probably, because they grow so quickly that your person will be constantly working the fields for those beets, even though I want him to work the hunting camp preferably. So I'm gonna put him on the cabbages, because it takes 18 weeks to grow, meaning that there'll be more time for them to work this job instead of having to constantly work the field. So I'm gonna wait a bit on this. So both of these are now pork, which means we'll start producing some extra pork. We have 62 small game, which is more than enough. We're only 1 month under my target, as I always try to get a target of a year worth of food supply, and a year worth of fuel supply, so we can always, you know, keep an eye on the way you expand. But since we just started to get some vegetables going, after the first harvest of vegetables, this will start skyrocketing. We're producing more than enough food to build quite a lot of more houses, which we are going to need. I think they went back to work, did they? Yeah, there you go. Now they're going to debranch this tree. I'm going to actually reset this area in which they're working, because I want them to specifically cut down the area of the clay pit, because I want to start producing clay. Because clay on its own is not worth as much, but clay as a roof tile is worth 2. And all you need for it is a bit of fuel and some clay. So we have 2 people working on that. I'll probably, maybe 3. I'm not sure how quickly the roof tiles actually get produced compared to how quickly you can produce a bunch of clay. But it's basically just free because clay the rich clay deposits can be upgraded to deep mining, which means I'll have infinite amounts of clay. Same as for the salt over here. Let's see. Yeah, there is actually a new update. I don't read the chat very often. I should probably pin a message for that. Let's I wonder if I can pin multiple messages actually. If that would work. Should probably get something going for that. I don't know if I can actually get a chat going right now in I don't know, in the game. Okay, we're back in March. All the snow has gone, which means that all these people will start going back to work. But yes, there's a new update. The previous beta update has been updated, so to say, and a lot of bugs have been fixed. Everything should be working a lot smoother now. There used to be a lot of traffic jams. There used to be a lot of problems with certain calculations, I guess, not working perfectly or as they should. There were a lot of problems with mining, for instance. Iron mines were, for some reason, not producing any iron, or not a lot at least. And the same goes for, I guess, all the other mines. I'm not too sure, because I basically played 1 or 2 games on the previous update, and then because it was quite buggy, it was playable, yes, for sure. It was quite buggy. I was like, okay, I'll put it down for a while and wait until the update comes around. And, that update came today, so a lot of stuff should be fixed. And if you're on Steam and you're playing this on Steam, then you should be able to update to the beta version of the game, and it includes a lot of new stuff like quarries and mining pits to produce stone and rough stone and dressed stone, because in this update you can make a stone manor. You used to be able to make a little like this, a little wooden manor slash castle, and now you can actually make an actual stone castle. There's a whole affinity system now, which was also in the last update, but now it properly works. There is these cards as well, which are the new updates or development, sorry, not updates, the new perks or the development upgrades, however you want to call them. And these give individual bonuses and a little debuff as well. And I think their plan is to, you know, add these to the housing tiers. Currently we have the settlement level of a small village, and as soon as we get more burgage plots of higher levels, you can unlock more of these. But currently it says coming soon, so I'm going to assume they're not in the game yet. But I do know from keeping a mind on the Discord that the person that works on these has thought out most of them. So now it's just a thing of testing and implementing them. And I guess that's going to take a bit of time, because a lot of these have some very specific bonuses to them, which synergize really well with the resources on the map. But I imagine it's quite hard to then fill out so many of these with bonuses, and they all need to work together, and they need to, you know, synergize a bit as well. Let's see. We are at 0 firewood, so what we're doing right now is a bit of a waste. I'm going to move this person back to the woodcutter's lodge. And we're going to set this woodcutter to an even more specific working area, which is only going to be this as well, just like the woodcutting area, because I mostly want to just get this free of wood so we don't waste any of it. And by the time that they cut down most of this stuff, I think these two foresters, since I have the upgrade where they plant the forests quicker, there you go, they're working again. It should go a lot quicker to fill all of this up. So I might actually even... I think I already put quite a large area. I'll make it even larger so they can just keep planting stuff. And they can just continue working on it. Like this, maybe. That is a very large area, but since they always plant, because I have that bonus to it with the perk I chose, it should, every place they plant something at should grow a tree eventually. So it should go very quick, especially with 2 of them. But it does take a bit of time before the trees are actually... Oh, here you go. Here you can see the tree saplings. These are the tree saplings. And these take, I think it's 2 years to grow before they can be harvested. And 3 or 4, maybe 5 years to mature into, like, these larger trees, basically. So make sure to think, like, plan ahead a bit on the forester hunt, because it takes a while to regrow forest. This is coming along nicely, and I want to start working up with this. If this reaches 28 when it's full, I'll switch this person to make a bunch of planks again until it reaches around 100, I'd say. Leave 6 to spare, so we can upgrade some buildings if we need to. And then we can use those planks for building the church and the manor. Which I think I'm going to build the church right now, because why the fuck not? Let's see. I'm going to put it on the city square a bit. Let's see if we can put it ourselves in a bit nicer of a spot. Like this, maybe? I think that works. There you go. It lines up quite nicely. There's a road coming out of here, which I guess we can... I won't do anything with it just yet, I feel. Maybe... something like this. And then make it go up here. And then we can have another row of houses on this street.
Summer's coming soon.
And that will, I think I'm gonna make that the limit of the town as well. Something along these lines. Maybe something like that, and then over here. Yeah, this will be probably the limit of the town, so we'll have some houses going along this still. Maybe onto here. This will be an industry area. And this will be the city center. This long road and this road. Because we have the market over here, which can still hold 9 extra market slots, which is more than enough. Because, let's see, 6 and 6 is so 12. We need 12 at least in total. And we already have We have 9 left and we already placed 3, so... Actually, that's 11. That's... No, I'm stupid. That's 12. Yeah, so, yeah. This is exactly enough market spots for 2 upgraded granary and
Summer's coming soon.
storehouse.
Soon.
Our animals are still growing quite rapidly because we synergize really well with forest, which is nice. Even though it's a small animal resource, we produce quite a lot of small game, and of course pelts, which we're selling right now, and we're getting a nice income from that, which means I can start upgrading all of these. I was gonna put cabbages here. There you go. I think both of these now have pigs, which is nice. They're planting carrots over here. And we're planting carrots over here because it's spring. We're building our church. Okay. Good. This is all going very nicely.
Fresh start for me and the end.
They're planting all that stuff. We don't really need... Yeah, we need a couple more planks. So I'm going to switch. I'm actually not going to switch them. What I'm going to do is I'm going to upgrade this building. So we get an extra family in this building. And then we can do our previous plan, where basically we have 2 people. Is this actually... It's empty. Why? Why is it empty? Actually, we can do this. We're going to break that as well. So we can get some herbs growing. Okay, this is growing again. Good. Did they finally debranch this? Yes. Okay, good. That means we can start planning out our mining pits as well. Which cost 4 planks, which we currently do not have. That's a bummer. I mean, we have a lot of charcoal. So I think I might actually just switch you over to the sawmill real quick. And then I'm going to limit this a bit more so we don't produce too many at once. Let's say 18, I guess. So we turn 3, that's 15 planks, I think. I think it's 5 planks per 1 timber. How many do we need? 4. So let's just do 4 then, so we can get 16 in total. There you go. Should work out. That could look nice. And then if we need to expand the marketplace, we can. Aye, that doesn't look very good. This maybe? This is the corner, I guess. I don't like it when it doesn't fill it up nicely like that, around it, right? So I guess I'm choosing the wrong clip point. Yeah, there you go. Now take. Oh, well. Not sure why it sometimes doesn't do that. We can get 7 extra in here. That's fine. Probably do that. Let's see, how would this look? Oh, yeah, we should probably not do it like that. Let's see, we should probably do it something like this. Get a corner house, which is like quite big. how would I do this without making it look weird? Because it does make it look a bit weird. I guess this one will just have a very large garden. Maybe I should make it a little bit less. There you go, that could work. And then build another one here
Fresh start.
alongside it. I just wish we were able to build maybe a little bit more like this. Nah, because it just makes it look strange. This could work, I guess. And then maybe have a road going through there, and then build one or two more houses here. I guess it's gonna be just one, yeah. Like this. And we have a nice city center around the church and around the market. And then we can obviously do this as well. Here are some more houses we could build. We could build some larger ones. Or some ones close to each other. We'll see. These will probably be the artisans. Or these, actually. We'll switch them around eventually with the current warehouse workers. We have plenty of capacity. We don't produce so many goods that we need a lot of haulers. We just need enough so that the food doesn't spoil in the burbage plants. Church is actually the most important thing right now. That will get our last bit of approval up to 80%, because then I fulfill all the needs of the basic peasants. Which would be, I guess this is, yeah, it's still satisfied by mushrooms, by small game. It has access to charcoal, has access to water, and then the church. Mining pit. There we go. We don't have enough goods yet. I thought we put some on producing this. Yeah, we did. But they are waiting because for some reason. Why are you not producing? Guess they're waiting for oxen to come. Yeah, I guess so. Maybe it's the oxen. Maybe we should add an extra ox to this. Because we are building quite a lot, and they're transporting quite a lot as well at the same time. I mean, we could wait until the church is built, because we did put it on the highest priority. I think it's forcing them to use the oxen for the church building. Yeah, I think so. Actually, this is trading for some reason, riding the ox. I don't know why. Maybe because... I guess... Yeah, I guess they're just picking up wood directly from the cut down area instead of from here. Because it's technically closer to the church. I don't know if that's smart logic. I think it should always just grab it from here, no? Instead of there, because... I don't know, technically it is closer, so you'd say it's quicker, but I'm not sure about that. Let's extend this road towards the industrial area we're gonna build in a bit, because what we then could do is probably fit in a nice row of houses on both ends over here. Nah, it's a bit too small, sadly. Because then we could have the other houses like this. Something like this. I mean, yeah, it would fit. You'd get 2 rows of houses, but all of these would not produce anything in the backyard. But we did get the smallholder upgrading, which means we can turn people into vegetable farmers as a permanent job. So that's probably what I want to do if I want to truly extend the city by quite a bit. I should probably put some effort into producing foods through smallholders. This is nice. It's coming along just fine. I have to say, when I first started playing this game, I mostly focused on like, oh, I need to build quick. I need the resources. And the more I started playing, I realized that you don't really need to do that. Actually, you can quite easily have stuff like this, like pretty far out of the city center, and it will function just fine. It's mostly important to just keep an eye on how much you're expanding compared to how much you're producing. But it's quite lenient. For instance, these 3 vegetable fields I have, even though they're not really boosted in any kind of way, these 3 vegetable fields will keep me going for a very long time. I wouldn't have to upgrade a lot more. Same goes for the meat actually, since I produce so much small game because of the teaming upgrade I have from this. I basically technically wouldn't even need to produce pigs, for instance. But I want to, because diversifying food, again, gives you bonuses, but it's not really necessary. And I really like that about this game. It's very possible to just relax, sit back, and, build a nice looking town without putting too much thought into min-maxing. And while min-maxing is definitely fun, and it's very possible in this game, and I've seen some impressive work by some YouTubers, like, truly, they can get the most out of this, like, one region. They can just get everything out of one region, and it's beautiful to see how they play that way. I personally detest playing that way because I don't know. I don't want to say it stresses me out, but it just, it removes a bit of the fun for me, because how I see this again is like, it's a simulation, right? It shows you how medieval life kind of functions, and I really like that. That it's really possible to just focus on just the building alone, and you don't really have to worry about constantly upgrading everything and keeping your eye on, oh, I put the hunter in for too long and I could have wasted some time on that. And definitely it's a way of playing, and it's really impressive how some YouTubers are able to do that. For me, not so much. I prefer not to do it. Okay, this is strange. Why is this not... They're praying. Ah, okay. So because the church finished, people are now actually taking the time out of their day to go pray. Yeah, he goes to pray as well. Jakob. Jakob is going to the church. Can you? No, you can't really look inside of the church. You do see a little thing in some of the houses. Actually, oh, he's praying. He does have a little praying animation. That's nice. I'll make a little screenshot of that. And Paulus? Oh, Paulus.
Gave the old ox a hand
Paulus
for the
can't pray
month-old
because
grass.
Jakob
He
is
spat
already
it in my
praying. Oh, he
face,
does a little
tried to
animation
carve
as
me a
well.
new nipple.
Nice. I don't understand why the door would be left
Summer's
open
coming
now.
soon. Soon.
I wonder if they also use the other door. But this is a nice little chapel. I think the level 2 church looks great, and I saw some concept art for the higher tier churches, and it's gonna look amazing. I truly hope that they will let us design, not really design the churches, but let us place it a little bit more freely. Because I personally don't always like that there's like this palisade. It's not really a palisade, it's more of a fence, right? But this fence around the church. Because it looks a bit weird. I mean, not weird, it just looks a bit much. I think it would be nicer if it was actually a fence. A little bit more like this. Although it does show the... You know, the church doesn't have to be in the center of town, which it often actually wasn't. Because the church, in the Middle Ages, often directly owned the land on which they built these churches, and it was often the other way around. It was the church built the church, as in the Catholic Church, built churches in places, and villages would form around the churches instead of the other way around. So what sometimes happens is like a church would already be in a certain area because the land was donated to the church, so they would build a church upon that land, and then eventually people would start living closer to a church, and that way a village would form around a church. So that's why you also have places where there wouldn't be any churches at all in villages, because eventually, you know, smaller villages without churches would also start cropping up. This goes back into the explanation I gave earlier about the smallholders, right? The smallholders would directly own their own land, and they wouldn't build churches upon them. Why would they? It's their own land, right? They would probably prefer to go to the closest town to go to church and keep their own land for themselves. But eventually, smallholder families would start to grow and would become little villages of their own, in which, you know, then there wouldn't be a church. So it really goes both ways, right? Sometimes a village would have its own church on church land. Sometimes, like a priest would be assigned to an area in which the church would have bought land or got donated land, so they built it inside of a village because they wanted more control over a place like that. Or sometimes it would even go that a village would request for a church to be built, and then they would grant it land to the church on which they could build one. But this is of course a process that I'm very much nuancing right now to, like, oh, it just happened like that, but obviously the church is an institution that has been growing since the Roman Empire. Not really, but since around the fall of the Roman Empire, into this institution that would eventually own entire regions, entire provinces even. And that's where you get archbishoprics, right? Bishops that were direct rulers of the land they possessed, or at least the land the bishopric possessed. But who knows, maybe one day we'll not only be able to build manors, but also abbeys, in which there's in an abbey a church ruler, or you know, a clerical, how do you say, I guess a clergy ruler would be ruling over the land instead of him just being a spiritual ruler, which is very common for the area in which the game is set in Germany. Let's see, yeah, we got the planks now, so that means that we can finally start building these pits. And I could put it here. I think I want to put it a little bit further back. No deposit
Summer's coming
range.
soon, and soon the beating
We
sun.
could build 2 in total. Let's build the first one a little bit more over here. Is this, am I, oh no, I want to flip it a bit, because it's, this is the front of it, it says. So let's put one over here. And then if we need an extra one later, we can build it. Yeah, I think this is fine. Yeah, I like that. I like that. So this goes into the ground a bit, because this goes uphill a bit. It would look weird if it was the other way around, right? So let's put a little road towards here. Actually, let's, for the OCD, make the road go a little bit like this, and this. the mining area. And then, or mining. I guess clay is it mined? I don't think clay would be mined, right, in English. I guess it would be, I would say harvested. Shoveled? Not really. I don't know what the word for that would be. Let's see. And then we want one of these. And it should fit. Ugh, that's annoying. It's whatever. This works. This works for me. Let's put a little road there and a little road there. There you go. And then they make some charcoal over here, which can immediately produce some clay. This will also be built. Okay. Which means to start producing that, we can immediately... we need some more firewood to get that going at least. We're still making money there with that. The pelts, I mean. The food is coming along nicely. It's growing already. It's April of this year, so that's perfect, which means it's probably going to start just keep going up anyway. That means I want to start creating some more. These are both unassigned. Some more houses. This is a trader and this is a granary worker. I wonder which ones I haven't. Is it this one? It doesn't have an extra family in it yet. Oh, we actually have an approval of 90? Oh, it's public order, never mind. Public order. Unemployment. Interesting. Public order is now affected by unemployment, which is funny. So you actually always want to have people employed, even if they're just workers? That seems a bit weird. Because they work as workers as well. Interesting. Wonder how public order is gonna function. Maybe militia or the retinue will actually be needed to patrol the city or the town to keep public order up. That'd be kind of cool. Okay, nice. We have plenty of planks and timber. So what I'm gonna do now is I'm going to put these guys on hold for now, so that they are going to be... Do I just pause it so it doesn't actually... Actually, no. It seems that, yeah, it doesn't actually use the tools anymore, which is great, because before it, if you didn't actually produce anything in a building, it would still tick down for some reason. These guys are still planting everywhere, which is great, okay? Because you can see that the saplings are cropping up everywhere, which means that this area, it will take probably not very long before they have filled all of this up. In that case, I'm going to build an extra forester hut over here. There you go. Which can take care of this area as well. Actually, we should probably just move this. It's fine. We'll destroy this building later anyway. Kind of just want to replant most of this stuff as soon as possible, so we can start cutting down this entire area, which is a lot more wood than just this. Let's see, how is our woodland going? It's still 72%, which is good. That's exactly what we want. Okay. Yeah, the mining is going up, which should now be fixed from the previous update. And I think I'm gonna start building some more houses, so we can get some more people going. Let's see. He is unassigned, which I want to assign to a trading post, so we can get some more traders going. That means means that all of these people
Why
are
do I
now
have to carry this
assigned.
alone?
This one's still unassigned. Okay, good. It's a granary worker, and this is a warehouse worker.
This is
yes,
heavier than it
okay.
looks.
That means I'm probably going to fill up this guy as another storehouse worker. We might upgrade this pretty soon. I think I should probably just go for the manor first, though. Not sure when we're going to place the manor, actually, because I kind of like just this as a small town. Maybe just build the manor somewhere like a little bit further off, but although this is a bit far out of the way, isn't it? Just on this hill would look kind of cool, maybe? I don't know, I'm not sure yet. Maybe here, this could be nice. Something like this, yeah. On this little hill, you can see the outline of it a little bit. Probably place it, probably remove these trees, and have a little wall going around it like that. And put it in the middle somewhere. But that's not for now yet. First want to slowly grow out the center of the village. So let's start doing that by creating some more houses.
Why do I have to carry this?
At least one over here. Already measured this one out. So we can get some artisans going later. And I guess it could look nice if we build some over here. Let's say 2. Maybe 3. I guess 3 can work. I do like them when they have the little extra house in there. But I guess to differentiate it a bit, we'll just build 3 over here like this. Maybe we should actually... No, this size is fine. There we go. So we get 4 more people working here. Which means I can start upgrading this. And we can start filling out these haulers, because what I want to do is make sure that I have enough haulers everywhere, so the production efficiency will be very high. Because I'm going to build the artisans buildings here, the people who are going to produce stuff, in the center of town, which will be close to the granary and the storehouse, so my baker can get his wheat very close from the granary, and that if there's working a lot of people in the granary, they can, you know, quickly get all the grains, which are going to be produced over here. This is taking a while yet. Ah, of course, because I reassigned some people. Interesting. This is still not filled up, though. I guess next month, maybe. What about these people? We have 1 unassigned person here. And I guess this person is unassigned as well. Yes. Okay, good. So these 2 people. And they're going to be struggling a bit, because this is going to take a while to build all of this and all these houses. So maybe I should prioritize it a bit. And I think I'm going to do that by... I'm going to prioritize this building. And I'm going to put you on a low priority. Clay furnace, though we don't need it yet. I need to keep an eye on the fuel, which is still fine. I think the second trader might have been a bit of a mistake as well. Although it's nice to quickly get some money in. I think it would have been better to wait with that for a bit. That's okay. We'll manage. We've got some extra money again. Which means I can probably start producing some stuff. I want to keep in mind that I at least want to get 1 butcher and 1 baker. I don't think I'm going to go... I don't think I want to produce anything else here, actually. This is mainly just going to be a town that produces some food, some bread, some sausage, but mostly sells salt and clay, or tiles, I guess. Maybe some extra charcoal once we get this area forested, and then of course the pelts we can sell, And I guess even later, once this is even more developed, we could, but I don't want to touch it too much, we could even do some sheep. And then have some extra, where is it? Yarn produced. I mean, we could also just outright sell the wool and try to drive the price down, so... But I think it's fine to have an extra weaver, just produce it into yarn. Because I think that yarn is worth a lot more than the wool. I think it might... Yeah, the wool's only worth 1, so it's technically not worth it to sell it. Because for only 1 weaver, we can turn it into yarn and already make it worth 2. Which means just every wool will be worth double. And you can produce wool quite easily. Oh, what's this? Spices. I haven't seen those yet. Interesting. And it seems you can sell them as well. For 10. That's a very good resource. I wonder if we can produce these ourselves eventually. Iron parts are needed for... Oh yeah, salt is good as well. It's worth 4. Actually, I don't know what I'm doing here. I shouldn't be focusing on clay. I should be focusing on the salt. I think I'm gonna start that right away, actually. Let's see. We have this area here, and the salt is over there. We have a little road coming from here. So what we could do is, I think I truly want to just produce a lot of salt, so I'm gonna try to destroy as few trees as I possibly can. Is it... Why is it not... Hello? It's not flipping around the way I want it to. Let's see if we can find a place in which we destroy the least amount of trees. I just saw 11, I think. 17. 12 is a good one. The reason why I'm doing this is because the more I destroy, the lower my woodland affinity will become. And the woodland affinity I want to keep high because it's... There you go, 11. Because it gives me a lot of extra bonuses that I want to keep high. Oh, now it's 14. That sucks. 13, 11. I think I'm just gonna pop it down, I guess. This looks a bit wonky because it's in the middle of the forest. But, yeah. I don't know. I'm not really gonna care too much right now. Let's make a little road going around it like this. It will destroy even more trees, but that's fine. Form a little road going through the forest like this. There you go. That works for me. That salt is going to be making us a lot of money. Ooh, I should be careful that I don't destroy my only stone deposit. Also, I'm going to remove this because it doesn't look very good. This looks okay. What we could do, however, is something like this, and then maybe something like this. There you go. That works for me. So they can walk around like that. Well, I can't wait to start selling that salt. Because apparently salt is worth a trade route of 40, which we can pay for. But as soon as we put some people in there, it's just going to produce money. And we only have to sell 10 salt to make that money back. Food is going down a bit again, but I think we should start harvesting our first crops in about a month, if I remember correctly. maybe 2 months. In which case, since most of these people are granary workers and such, I think I'm just gonna start. Here we go. Some eggs over here for the granary worker. This is a warehouse worker. Granary worker, some chickens here, and then I'll put some pigs, or sorry, some there. There's gonna be goats. And then these two I'll keep. So both traders, yeah. These two I'll keep like this, just in case I want to upgrade those later. But I think I might just do it on these buildings, so it doesn't really matter. But save up money a bit so we can buy trade routes if necessary. So it would be the most profitable for me if I can just get a bunch of trade going right now. So we don't have to worry about anything. And also, I want to maybe start expanding. Well, not expanding per se, but I want to start focusing on on making sure that all of this is also forested. And I'm going to make them work this entire area, and then I'm going to make him, this family, take one off, work this entire area. Let's see, we did something like this on this area. Then let's put it here for the other one. Maybe something like this, I guess. This should be fine. It will grow some trees into the other houses and in places where there's already something, maybe a little bit more like this. But I think it will look nice, and I think most of it is planted already. So. Good. Now that means we have an extra person unassigned. Okay, we have 2 people unassigned here even. Let's remove some more. Do we even need more wood and planks? Not right now. I think I'm just gonna keep them unemployed for now, so they can help with construction. Kinda sucks that they're sick again, because I thought I did get some more herbs, but it turns out that I guess it doesn't work like that? I'm not sure. Okay, I'll leave you guys with the view of the village. Like this, it's nice, you can see the building. I'm going to take a little break, and I'll see you guys in a few minutes. Right. There we go. Oh. I hope. I'm pretty sure it's gonna be very loud. So I'm making some food right now. Let's test this. Oh. I hope. I'm pretty sure it's gonna be very loud. So I'm making some food right now. Let's test this. In here. There we go. So this guy is now a hunter. Goes crossbow hunting. Okay, maybe my microphone's louder right now. It does seem that it's not overshadowing the game too much, and I'm talking very slowly. I need to be talking very loud, which I don't want to do because I have neighbors. But let's test this. Okay, maybe my microphone's louder right now. It does seem that it's not overshadowing the game too much, and I'm talking very slowly. I need to be talking very loud, which I don't want to do because I have neighbors. But let's test this. Okay, maybe my microphone's louder right now. It does seem that it's not overshadowing the game too much, and I'm talking very slowly. I need to be talking very loud, which I don't want to do because I have neighbors. But let's test this. Okay, maybe my microphone's louder. Let's do this. Okay. I think this is fine. If I just keep talking like this, it should be okay. There you go. Turn the sound volume up. This is stuff we just need to learn to adjust. We now have the settings on very high, but I feel like maybe I can even make the game even louder as well. But at least my voice should be even louder. I'd prefer if it's, maybe I put my voice on 300%, and then I put this onto 50, and then you can lower it yourself if need be. So this, maybe? I guess maybe this is a bit overkill though. Let's see. Okay, I'm gonna test. I'm gonna click some things. This is just testing a bit. I mean, it's one of the first times I'm streaming this, so let's see. I wanted to put some animals here, some goats, chickens we already have, and chickens we have over there. Let's see. Click some things. This is just testing a bit. I mean, it's one of the first times I'm streaming this, so let's see. I wanted to put some animals here, some goats, chickens we already have, and chickens we have over there. Let's see. Click some things. This is just testing a bit. I mean, it's okay, what about now? This should be fine then. It's louder than this. I shouldn't be putting it louder than this. That's insane. Let's put this on 100% and keep going. Okay. Here we go. Maybe I don't even have to talk very loud like this. I could just whisper a bit. I like to keep the voice down as much as I can. Okay, what about now? Like these things. That's my food. I shouldn't be putting it louder than this. It's insane. Let's put this on 100%. Going. Okay. Here we go. Maybe I don't even have to talk very loud like this. I could just whisper a bit. I like to keep the voice down as much as I can. Okay, what about now? Like these things. That's my food. I shouldn't be putting it louder than this. It's insane. Let's put this. Okay, good. This should be it. And I'm gonna turn off the noise cancelling. Make some food in the background as well. There's a lot of the noise you'll be hearing. I hope that the game sound and my voice is loud enough like this. I think this is very loud for me personally. I'm going to put this down a bit. I think I put it on 75 before. I'll keep it on 75. My voice should be better right now. It's always a bit of testing, right? The game sound and my voice is loud enough like this. I think this is very loud for me personally. I'm going to put this down a bit. I think I put it on 75 before. I'll keep it on 75. My voice should be better right now. Okay, now it's going to start echoing for a bit, but don't worry about it. I just turn off the stream sound for me. And I'm going to keep it like this. If I need to change my voice or in-game sound, I'll gladly do that. I can change it on my end, so. Let's see. Oh, this actually has a little icon. Shrine. Nice. That's very nice. Okay, we're currently building some houses because we want to expand our salt production. And salt is going to be one of the main things we're going to export from this region. And we're also going to use it to turn it into sausage. Hence why we're trying to produce some pork. Currently we only produce pork in 2 buildings. And we produce some goats over in these 2. But that's going to change very soon. Actually, you know what? I might do that right away. Because it shouldn't be too expensive to do that. And we can still have some artisans over here. The artisans will be a butcher and a baker, because we're gonna make some rye bread and some sausage. Alright, nice. Okay, we got an extra person who came in. I wonder where, though. I think we only left 2 people in here, which were both foresters. And we should have 2 people unassigned here. Yes, one of them is sick, though. And then, where is the last one? This person. Yes, okay, perfectly. These are going to all be assigned to this wood production. Ah, nice. Some of the trees that I planted are starting to grow, which is exactly what I want. I'm also going to make a save, and I'm going to reload in a bit and cut the stream and probably restart it. No, actually I'm not. I'm not going to. I'm going to make a save though, because sometimes saving and reloading this game can help with improving some stuff. If your guys are stuck or calculations. Is this a sick person? Yeah. Oh, interesting. Look, if they're sick, they actually walk around like they're wounded. Or sick, I guess. They still work, though. That's interesting. I thought they wouldn't be working. Huh. Didn't know that. That's new. Very nice, very nice. Get some houses going over here. We have one over here. I think, let's see. Yeah, these are already constructing rather quickly. I'm gonna put some more pigs in there because the pigs will give us pork. There you go. Pigs and pigs. We basically won't get a lot of pigs. But to diversify, we also built some goats and some chickens. The goats now, also, that's new actually, they produce milk. Which I haven't actually seen in use yet. It says it's just part of the animal produce. It's next to the eggs, all the way in the bottom. I think it's just consumed like that, I guess. So it makes me wonder if they'll ever add cows, maybe, too. That have to graze on, like, grasslands. And then you can get milk from that, too. And you can maybe turn milk into cheese, which seems like the next logical step, to be honest. And I should probably keep an eye on my food, because it's burning. Oops.
I'll go deaf from all that hammering.
Alright. Man's gotta eat. In real life as well. Shouldn't burn my food though. Let's see. Is this finished? Yeah, this is all finished. That's perfect. Someone already moved in here, which is also exactly what I want. And I'm going to immediately assign this person to mine salt. Salt will cost us 2 tools a year. Oof, that's rough. That's rough. Okay. Let's see. I don't think we have any iron in this region at all. No, we do not. Which is in this region over here. Can we get enough? What's this? There's a floating building here. Do you see that? Interesting. I guess it's the AI village. I shouldn't have put the AI on this mountain because it's clearly making some weird stuff because of it.
This is heavier than
Like this, for instance, this corner. Or this. They put the fishery up here, but the actual lake is like a crater inside of the mountain, which also I think this shouldn't spawn here. This looks a bit weird. But what they do is I checked it before as well. They walk around to go and fish here. You see? So they go all across the mountain for some reason. Actually, did they just put stuff in the water? Am I seeing this? Yeah, there's shrines in the water. Take a screenshot of that. Looks funny. Interesting. Interesting. Alright, how's the other AI actually doing? Okay, yeah, he's building more of like a long street as a town. I think it's very cool because I've seen a couple of designs that they have, and yeah, they're great. Like, this looks very good. It's like keeping in mind that it has like put the hunting camp close to the wild animals. It had to build a forager hut over here, although it's still constructing it, which it's been doing for quite a while now. I wonder how he plans on getting there. Oh, he's even building his manor already. Oh, that's nice. Because before, the AI wasn't building manors at all. Interesting. So that means the AI will now probably also get units. So let's hope that they don't attack me. How can I check? Is there a way to check diplomacy? Yeah, I think like this, right? Claim with influence, claim with the king's favor. Is this Sebastian? How do I know? Lecce. I can't really see. I guess. Oh no, never mind. Yeah, blue would be blue. And this would be, yeah. Negotiation. I require silver for my endeavors. I cannot actually. Your time has come. You can surprise war. Can't really talk to them. There's not really any actual diplomacy, but it seems like a simple but effective system where you basically send demands or declarations, which is cool. It's a pleasure to meet you. Let's send him a letter. It'd be cool if there would be actual messengers on the map as well, running back and forth between the villages. That'd be cool. That'd be nice. Furnace is built, so that means that we can also start producing roof tiles very quickly, which we can then also sell. Let's see here.
This is heavier than it looks.
I think I want to wait for a bit before, because we're losing charcoal quite rapidly because we're not producing any fire or fuel, at all. We do have people that can produce it, but they're currently also helping to build these buildings. Actually, they're done right now, so what I'm probably going to do, let's think about this for a second. These two foresters are completely reforesting this entire area, so I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to start moving woodcutter. Maybe I'm gonna put this woodcutter close to the forester. Yeah, that could be nice. Should be like a little area like that. Then we could just have someone that, even though they work quite far away, it's fine. Well, actually, do I really want to do that? I'm not sure if that's a smart idea. Actually, we can make this work if we build another storehouse relatively close to here. I think this should fit if I maybe remove the... That's my food, don't worry about that. I think this should function perfectly fine. Put this one here. There you go. It does destroy another tree, which I don't really want, but it's okay. Then this one can basically take care of all the fuel and clay and whatever. So that also means that this little area will need to expand because we need another extra person to work those buildings. And I think I might move this charcoal kiln. Sadly we cannot move it. We'd have to destroy it. Maybe we can move it, but we have to destroy it. Yeah. What would look nice? I think it would look nice if I just build another house here. I'm going to do it anyway. Even if it looks a bit silly in the sense that why is this not possible? Let's try that again.
Why do I have to carry this alone?
You'd think that this would work, right? Here we go. Let's make it a little bit less straight, like this. This is also good. 2 people working here, which can work in both the storehouse, the charcoal kiln, and we can maybe even, because you get to build 2 people here, and we have a bunch of unassigned people in here still as well, we can start producing some of those trade goods. At least we're already getting some salt in there, which is great. Sadly, we don't have a lot of regional wealth right now, which I hope to rectify, because we put 2 traders in on purpose. Yeah, they are constantly going back and forth. And once we have that filled out, we're going to immediately buy crafting materials. Where is it? Salt. Going to build this trade route, so we can start selling salt for 4 per piece, which is a great deal. It's double the amount we make from pelts. And since it's a rich resource, we technically infinitely can produce it with the deep mining. But we don't need to use deep mining just yet because of the surface deposit, which we'll first do. Almost have that money going.
Just click OK. Now you'll also download the Windows X60.
I'm sorry to say I...
Deze stream